Okay, sorry. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Please. Let's start. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the Touschek 100 years meeting. Welcome in the physics department. Welcome to all the people that is in remote to this conference. I am the chair of the first session, but actually now in this very moment I am talking in spite of the director. I was a director up to 1 month ago, but I'm not anymore. But the Professor Ratlu cannot come because yesterday he had to take the vaccine, the third reply of vaccine, and today is a little bit out of order. We have to
processi.
So I just say a few words.
Il processo di attività della direzione e gestione.
Qualcuno può? Ok. So few words because 100 years of since the burning of Bruno Touschek is a very important date, and the idea of organizing this important meeting that is developing in 3 days, first in the physics department, then at the Accademia dei Lincei and il Laboratorio Nazionale di Frascati, was proposed and organized with strong commission by Professor Maiani, and certainly is something that we need. Per favore, che cosa? C'è qualcuno che va mutato. Ok, let's go. So I think that this is really a strong occasion to discuss of science and to remember a fundamental scientist for the international research and for the research that is being performed in this department in the last 40, 50 years. So let me just remind some question. We are working we are organizing this conference in a particular moment. Everybody of us know about what I am talking, and I would like to recommend you to use the mask inside the department. Only for people that need to speak from this desk, it is possible to don't use the mask, but it's obviously your choice. But it would be better even for people that is outside of connected to remote. Even regarding the coffee break, our idea was to organize the coffee break outside, but you see that today is not possible. So in order to avoid a strong concentration of people all together, we divided the coffee break in the three floor of this building, starting from the ground floor, the first and the second floor. And later I will write on the blackboard how we propose to divide you by just following an alphabetic order. I apologize, but this is something that is better to do. So, I would like now to introduce Professor Fabio Sciarrino, that is deputy director of Sapienza for international strategies or research. And I just asked Fabio to, he's a professor of our department.
Thank you, Paolo. So, dear madam, dear sir, dear colleagues, dear students, dear member of the Touschek family, it is my good pleasure to welcome you in Sapienza on behalf of our rectress Antonella Polimeni. In her name, I would like to thank the whole Department of Physics, the UNFN community, the President Antonio Zoccoli, the Austrian Forum of Culture in Rome. At Sapienza, we are extremely proud to celebrate today Bruno Touschek and his scientific legacy. His seminal contributions have been a unique ingredient to make Sapienza, Frascati, and Italy key players in particle physics at the forefront of worldwide research. The results of Bruno Touschek and colleagues are scientific milestones for the whole field of physics. They created a new facility for fundamental research. The history of experimental particle physics have been written in Frascati and in Rome and generally in Italy. I will be very brief, but to connect the past with the present, I do believe that the spirit and approach which led to this achievement should be source of inspiration to address the new challenges that have been emerged in these days with the Recovery Fund. So I've seen how the group of persons could really here write a model which inspired globally how to advance research from the foundational perspective. Nowadays, we have really a challenge in Italy and Europe how to set up the infrastructure and the research priority for the next decades, and a glorious past and achievements could really inspire us to look forward. In summary, in the name of the rectress, we wish you the best for the next 3 days. You will celebrate science and personal achievement here in Sapienza, in Frascati, and in Accademia dei Lincei. So thank you so much for your contribution. I also would like to thank also the Department of Physics for the organization, the colleagues, and the UNFN. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Antonio Zoccoli, President of National Institute of Nuclear Physics, INFN.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to see in this room many people attending this meeting. When the organizer proposed to us to organize this event to celebrate 100 years of Bruno Touschek, we supported it enthusiastically. I think Bruno was one of the key persons of INFN for many, many years, a reference point for a very huge community. I learned about Bruno when I was a young student and started to study physics. And I knew him as a master in accelerators. He had a very brilliant idea to propose as the first collider. But then I discovered that he was a very solid physicist, and that very big contribution also in other fields as a theory, as we were seeing in this meeting organized in 3 days, one of them devoted to theoretical physics, another one to accelerator physics. So I think that we have to learn from history. When I was looking back at that time, I remember that when it was decided by INFN to build up the Synchrotron in Frascati, and was asked to Giorgio Salvini to lead this effort. Salvini was 31 years old, and all the team was made by young people. I think we have lost this attitude in this time, and we should come back to the old attitude and try to push young people to get responsibility and to contribute to the development of physics. I think also it's important that young people with bright ideas may propose and give contribution as Bruno made for the accelerator, for the collider, and for the history of Frascati and the history of INFN. So it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the son of Bruno to be here, to be present to this celebration, and I hope we will enjoy these days about Bruno Touschek. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, Dr. Alejandro Nisati, the director of Sezione INFN of Roma, Sapienza.
Thank you, Paolo. So, dear colleagues, of course, also for me, it's a great honor today to welcome you all in this physics department that hosts also what we call the INFN division of Rome. We say Sezione INFN di Roma. It is thanks to INFN that Bruno Touschek could come in Italy in the beginning of the 1950s and to contribute to the development of particle physics in Italy, in this country. Beginning of 1953, Bruno Touschek was hired by research physicist by Edoardo Amaldi. Edoardo Amaldi at that time was director of this sezione. The Sezione di Roma was one of the first four division structures of INFN 70 years ago. In fact, this year, with INFN, we celebrate the 70 years of its foundation. Initially, Bruno Touschek focused his efforts in particular on theoretical physics, and then under the encouragement of Giorgio Salvini and Gilberto Bernardini, he was encouraged to make studies, to produce studies for the electron synchrotron that were built in that was built in Frascati. Still in Rome, in the years, as you know well, 1959 to 1961, he proposed and led the construction in Frascati of ADA, that is the first storage ring never built in the world, and was also the first particle antiparticle collider. The group led by Bruno Touschek was made by many people, but I would like to remind you distinguished scientists such as Carlo Bernardini, Luciano Cesarini, Gianfranco Corazza, and Giorgio Gigo. Later, as you know well, colliders such as Adone and Daphne were built in Frascati, and many accelerators of ADA type were built in the world. The best example we have of an operating collider today that is really a big ADA is the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. In 1963, Bruno Touschek became dirigente di ricerca of this sezione of INFN in Rome. Finally, in 1969, the law in Italy changed, and Bruno Touschek could move also to a university to become professor and to get the position of full professor in 1978 in this physics department of this university at Sapienza. So I think that's all I wanted to tell you. I would like to conclude wishing you all a nice stay in Rome, despite the weather conditions, but are better than expected, and despite COVID. And of course, I wish you all to enjoy this symposium. Thank you very much.
So I like now to introduce Dr. Georg Schneider, Director of Forum Austriaco di Cultura, Roma. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable directors, deputy director, Mr. President, dear Mr. Francis Touschek, honorable professors, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to address such an eminent audience on behalf of the Austrian Embassy in Italy. The Forum Austriaco di Cultura is part of the Austrian Embassy. And I would also like to bring the greetings of our ambassador, who unfortunately today is not in Rome, and so he could not participate personally. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the initiators of this symposium, Professor Banchieri, Professor Bonolis, and to all of them who have contributed to its realization in difficult times like this. On the occasion of the centenary of the birth of Bruno Touschek, which already was in February, if I'm correctly informed, and of course had to be postponed due to the pandemic situation. The Austrian scientific history in the 20th century was strongly shaped by expulsion and assassination of many scientists during the NS period. After the so-called Anschluss, the annexation of Austria by Nazi Germany, in March 1938, many, particularly Jewish, scientists were forced to emigrate in order to escape prosecution by the Nazi regime. These scientists and scholars had constituted a large share of the Austrian scientific community. Besides that, there were many children and teenagers that were forced to emigrate together with or without their parents. Quite a few of them became outstanding scientists in their host countries in the decades after the Second World War. Bruno Touschek was one of them. The influence of the prosecution and expulsion on the scientific life in Austria was devastating. This forced brain drain could never be caught up. Only very few scientists came back to Austria after 1945 for understandable reasons. Official invitations to return to their country of birth were extended very late, if ever. And many of these scientists are still hardly known in Austria, despite important merits and achievements in their professional careers. It was only in the last few decades that the biographies and experiences of researchers and scientists who had to flee Nazi prosecution have received more attention and became more widely published, not least because of the extraordinary scientific merits of some of them. It was Erich Kandel, born in 1929 and emigrated to the United States in 1939, Nobel laureate for medicine in the year 2000, who required the organization of a symposium in Austria on the consequences of the NS regime for research and education, rather than an official ceremony organized by the Republic of Austria. In later years, Kandel received eminent Austrian distinctions, nevertheless, and he was not the only one. But there is still a lot to do to make the achievements and the biographies of prosecuted scientists more widely known in Austria, particularly among the younger generations. It was for this reason that the Austrian Academy of Science, upon the initiative of its president, the quantum physicist Anton Zeilinger, has recently produced the film The Class of 38, Exile and Excellence. The film portrays 16 outstanding scientists and scholars who had to emigrate from Austria as children and teenagers due to their Jewish background, among them 3 later Nobel laureates. We will present this film at the Austrian Cultural Forum on 18th of January, and I would be honored if many of you would be interested to participate at this presentation. Bruno Touschek is one of the eminent scholars and scientists whose biography until today is known only to a few experts in Austria. Searching the name Bruno Touschek on Google, you will mostly find Italian websites, but only a few Austrian pages. The Austrian Cultural Forum in Rome has done some efforts to increase this public awareness regarding Touschek. Some of you will remember an event on his legacy in 2015, including a presentation of the documentary of Enrico Agapito, a small exhibition, and a talk with Giulia Bancheri, Andrea Gigo, and Francis Touschek. In the last week, we have spread the information on today's symposium to various Austrian media, and we are still hoping that some of them will come back to the topic. And we will continue to spread the news, not only in honor of the outstanding merits of the scientist Bruno Touschek, but also because we're convinced that increased knowledge on the biographies of scientists prosecuted by the NS regime is of great importance in order to keep the memory of this traumatic and shameful chapter of Austrian scientific history alive and to facilitate a debate on it. Let me finally repeat my gratitude for the invitation to this important conference and wish you all an interesting, fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now Dr. Francis Touschek, the son of Bruno Touschek. So we are very happy to have him in this important conference.
Thank you very much.
Ladies, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today. It's always an emotional moment talking about one's father, and certainly a father who had such an extraordinary fame. In the inner circles of his family, he was known as Burdel, little Bruno. And it's always, whenever we have these events, which isn't very often, it's always rather awkward for me to sort of think that when my father was my age, he was in fact that date, 6 years ago. So it was a very odd, it's an incredible sort of ode to his life that in 57 years, what he accomplished and what contribution he certainly gave not only to Italian science, but to world science. Over the years, I've thought a lot. We were foreigners in a foreign country, and living in Italy was not easy, and certainly for an Austrian refugee in many ways of Jewish origin, coming to Italy was an extremely difficult and certainly a challenging moment. But Italy was fertile for his arrival. Italy was the ideal sort of stepping ground for Bruno to develop his ideas. Italy was a virgin territory in many ways. He could sort of express his opinions. He was an absolutely brilliant scientist. And there was a very fertile sort of follow-up among students and clearly very young people, as somebody was mentioning earlier on, a very young Giorgio Salvini, only 31. So the debate was extremely dynamic. Now, the life of Bruno, the life of my father, will be certainly integrated and discussed in the following days. But there are 5 moments in his life which are predominant. One was obviously his childhood. He was born in Vienna. And the Vienna of the 1920s was a fascinating place. And certainly the atmosphere of Vienna in the 1920s must have forged the DNA of my father. One of the best books to sort of fully comprehend the Vienna of the 1920s is a beautiful little biography of Alma Mahler-Werfel. Some of you might have heard of her, or Alma Gropius, and the founder of the so-called Bauhaus. We then have the years of the war, in which some of you, and particularly Louisa, will have a great contribution. I have less recollections of them. I wasn't born at the time. And which brought Bruno to the forefront and to contact some amazing scientists of the time. An opportunity which was clearly determined also by his fleeing and by his brilliance. We then have the short period in which he went to Glasgow after the Second World War. I'm sure Louisa will sort of go more into it later on, but yes, he landed in Glasgow, a landmark that he actually wanted to reach well before the Second World War too. He was always aiming to go abroad. The atmosphere, clearly the sort of anti-Semitic atmosphere of Vienna was becoming very, very tight for him. And he attempted on many occasions, even applied for not only scholarships, but also for residency in the UK. It was there that he met my wonderful mother, and she was an exceptional lady. She was the daughter of a fairly prominent marine zoologist, Professor Young, also known as Sir Maurice Young. And coincidentally, or not quite coincidentally, my father had an aunt, a Viennese aunt, who lived in Rome. And this family, the Veltmans, were in fact very, very interesting, because the Veltman family somehow related to this incredible movement, art movement, in which guests like Klimt were sort of honored guests at my grandmother's home. We had people like Kokoschka were still in the home of the Veltmans as honored guests on more than one occasion. So a fascinating story. And I have to say, my wonderful wife here in front has researched a lot of that particular side. She's interested in antiques and therefore was particularly impressed by the sort of Veltman aspect of the family. And once again, it's this atmosphere in which Bruno grew, this wonderful multi-ethnic and also multicultural background that Vienna offered in the 1920s. Bruno then arrives, or Bordel then arrives in Italy. The first 13 years must have been an absolute bliss for him because he had a wonderful wife. He had an extremely fertile, very dynamic sort of academic area in Rome. And everything seemed to sort of just climb to become the best sort of fable in history. And then at the end of the 1960s, there were three occasions that really sort of dampened his enthusiasm and that led him eventually to a premature death. The first one, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, it was the Caso Ippolito, which really put a dampener on research in Italy, and specifically, obviously, to the research that took place here in Rome and Frascati. The second one, which also saw a shortening of the success story of Adorno, was the student revolution of the 1970s, in which he was referred to sometimes as Touschek Nazista. And it was written on the walls at the time of the so-called Baroni. And the third event that I think has been omitted is that during this period, Adorno suffered a phenomenal delay in its starting. And it was at this time that my father was actually considering leaving Italy. And I, in fact, went with him at the beginning of the 1970s to Vienna, where he was offered a chair of physics. And we arrived in Vienna, and Walter Tilling was there, and he escorted me and my father to where my father would have had his, his little chat with the interviewers. And 2 or 3 minutes later, my father came out of the room completely white. because among the committee, the interviewing committee in the University of Vienna, was one of his torturers at Kiel concentration camp. So this is one of the reasons that my father, so more or less, returned completely defeated in many ways in Italy, and so dedicated his life to many other things. He moved away a little bit from the teaching aspect. He started teaching studenti lavoratori. He spent a lot of time teaching, and I was here in many occasions with him. And together with him, I also started the Centro Interdisciplinare at the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei. And then he sadly, as you all know, ended up in Geneva in a desperate attempt to sort of recover. Now, you're going to hear a lot of details about him and throughout the next 3 days. But what I'd like for you to sort of remember is a man with incredible enthusiasm, a man who had no logic, a dear father. But I wanted to conclude, because I think I'm eating into your time, to conclude, there are 2 or 3 very amusing anecdotes. At the end of the 1960s, my father was a firm believer in global science. It should be open to everybody. And on one particular evening, we had Jerry O'Neill. Somebody might know him. He was one of the potential first astronauts and also one of the great contributors to American physics. And he came to our home, followed clearly by a lot of CIA agents. There was about 3 CIA agents. We were living not too far away from here at the time. And on that very same evening, my father invited also Butker. Some of you might have heard of Butker. And Butker was followed by 3 of his goons, the KGB, sort of 3 KGB members. And my brother and I, we were children, we were very small, and so enjoyed always, you know, we lived unawares of the importance of some of these members that visited our home. And my father, as you know, used to enjoy drinking. And we had just moved to this flat, and they were sitting in the center of the sitting room. And on the ceiling, there was a hole. We hadn't finished decorating the house. There was a hole. So the evening started in a sort of interesting way in which they were chatting a little bit. But my father started taking out coins and putting stamps. He would lick the stamp, put it on the coin, and flick it up, hoping that the stamp would stick and cover the hole on the ceiling. Okay, now this sounds like a silly event, which it was. But this exercise went on for nearly 2 or 3 hours, with the Butker on one side throwing coins up on the ceiling and Jerry O'Neill throwing coins on the other side. And at this stage, my mother rushed us to our bedrooms. And apparently this event went on until the early hours of the morning. But it took me weeks. I was haunted by the idea of why on earth didn't they use a ladder? You know, instead of throwing these coins up on the ceiling, yes, a ladder would have been much easier, but obviously I wasn't a physicist, and still I'm not. The other anecdote, which was also closely related to my line of work, was we attended, or my father attended a conference down in Catania, and we were visiting, I think it was Professor Di Palma at the time, and we stayed at the Jolly Hotel. I don't know, some of you might have heard of the Jolly Hotel chain, which now has changed. And obviously in the evening, there were quite a few professors there, quite a few researchers there. I don't know how many of you remember, but in the 1970s, 80s, they've nearly gone extinct. We had matches. They were known as cedini. And my father and his colleagues would wrap the cedini with silver foil and stand them, and then light the bottom of it, and they would shoot like little rockets. The problem was, once again, my mother brought us quickly to bed. I seem to remember spending a lot of time in our bedrooms when my father was around. And apparently the curtains caught on fire. And the reason I had great doubts or great quandaries about going back there, because with my wife, we work at the Jolly Hotel in Catania, and I was just praying that nobody would remember that occasion in which the hotel had nearly been burnt down. But these are the sort of funny aspects. And do I have another couple of minutes? Yes. Do I have another couple of minutes? The one occasion that probably put me off physics altogether was when my father decided he needed a boat. He had bought a pilotina, you know, a 15-foot boat. And this was a big mistake. I mean, for everybody else, not for him. But being close to him with this boat, it was ludicrous. He wanted a toilet in it. You know, 15-foot boat. I mean, it could barely sit 5 people, but he wanted a regular toilet and not a marine toilet. It had to be a ceramic toilet. So obviously the person who built the boat did what he could and put this toilet right at the front of the boat. It was a very dangerous instrument there, mainly because in order to use the toilet, you had to lift a sash that more often than not would actually decapitate you the moment you sat down. And the worst aspect was, you know, it was a hand pump. So you were there with your nose virtually where it shouldn't have been at that time. Now, the big problem about having a ceramic toilet on a small boat is that it's top heavy. That means we had a very small engine. It was 20 horsepower. It meant that the boat, instead of being horizontal, as you envisioned them being, would sort of move ahead like this, with its nose down. But that posed another problem, another scientific problem, which was solved by my father in a very odd way. You know, the best way of solving that problem is to remove the offending object. You take out the toilet and the boat comes back up horizontal. No, my father had another approach to it, and that was lengthening the axle of the engine. So we had this because clearly the propeller would go half in the water and half outside, so it didn't have efficiency. So I said, no, I still want the toilet, and therefore I'm going to lengthen the axle of the outboard engine. And this he did, and it was the most embarrassing experience you can possibly think, navigating the Mediterranean with your nose down all the way well, all the way around the sort of Mediterranean, close to the Argentario. That's where we used to go a lot. And to conclude, we did our maiden voyage on this boat, and we arrived at Porto Ercole. Porto Ercole is a lovely little harboring facility, marina, just outside north of Rome, in fact. And for my father, who had thought he had bought the sister ship of the Queen Mary, it wasn't all right to park where all the other boats were, you know, in the marina. He had to park right next to the oil tankers, you know, the big ships. And the big problem is we arrived in Porto Ercole, and the banks of the harbor were 5 meters further up from the boat. So how do you think my father solved that problem? I'll leave you with that question. Thank you all very much.
So, okay, since the conference is going to start in 5 minutes, I think we can take a short break and we meet again just a little bit before 10. Okay. Should we start the conference? Come? In fondo? In fondo anche il microfono, eccolo, è quello. Sì. Io allora parliamo un po' più.
Forse lo possiamo, se io rimango qui, magari avvicinare qui.
Questo però è soprattutto ambientale, perché
Ah,
sta
certo,
fuori.
è ambientale.
Prova a metterci
Un po' di energia.
Per favore, we start this session. So the first speaker is Dr. Luisa Bonolis, and the title is Bruno Touschek, 1921-1978. I would like to recommend to people that is outside of this room, since we need to mute because of the noise, the people outside. If somebody want to give ask something at the end of the talk, please use the hand of the Zoom meeting, okay? And the same here, obviously. Okay, Luisa, please.
Thank you. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here today to talk about Bruno Touschek, an extraordinary figure whom I have not had the privilege of meeting in person. The first time I heard about Touschek was from Carlo Bernardini. Carlo held very few people in great esteem, but Touschek was above them all, very special, very unique. I was fascinated. And then I decided to work with director Enrico Agapito on a documentary film on Touschek's life, which we made with great enthusiasm as our own experimental venture. I met his wife, the late Elspeth Young, a most kind and enchanting person whom I like to remember on this special occasion. I also met his son Francis, who is with us today. All this happened nearly 20 years ago. I then began to work, to do historical work with my friend Giulia Pancheri. But now, after such a long time, as an historian, I still feel that there is a lot of research work to be done to really unveil all the subtleties of Touschek's scientific path, which is closely intertwined with his personality and, of course, his life. Life in many respects quite out of the ordinary. Like many of his generation, Touschek went through a dramatic period of the last century, but he also experienced with enthusiasm and excitement of fighting for the reconstruction and revival of European physics after the tragedy of World War II. And indeed, Touschek's life, both as a scientist and an intellectual, unfolded across Europe in space and time in different phases. He moved across Europe either out of necessity or driven by the desire for new challenges. Bruno Touschek was born to Camilla Weltmann and Franz Xaver Touschek on February 3rd, 1921 in Vienna, where he spent his childhood and early youth. Between the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the First World War, the Austrian capital was a highly cosmopolitan city and one of the most important centers of scientific advancement. But it was equally a center for the creation of modernity, the cradle for a number of ideas that shaped the whole 20th century and flourished in art, architecture, design, literature, science, philosophy, and music. At the epicenter of this multifaceted world was the writer and essayist Karl Kraus. His caustic satirical spirit and his cultural engagement in the fundamental ideological issues of his time had a profound influence on Touschek's intellectual formation. Touschek's home family was actively involved in this scenario. His mother, Camilla Weltmann, and his aunt Ella, and Ella's own husband, the architect Josef Margold, were active in the circle of the Wiener Werkstätte, the association evolving from the Vienna secession movement founded by Josef Hoffmann and Koloman Moser as an alliance of artists, architects, designers, and artisans that pioneered modern design and eventually influenced the Bauhaus movement as well as the Art Deco style. His maternal uncle, Oscar, was also an important reference figure for Bruno in his early years. He committed suicide in 1933, while Bruno's mother, Camilla, had already died when he was only 9 years old. Touschek grew up in such amazing cauldron of great avant-garde cultural movements. In particular, his precocious talent for drawing was influenced by the innovative expressionism of Egon Schiele and the famous psychological portraits of Oskar Kokoschka. The style of his own drawings, well known among friends and colleagues, testified the persistence during his whole life of such strong and lively bonds with the rich cultural and intellectual world of his hometown that subtly blended in his personal and very original style. However, due to his Jewish origin on the maternal side, the annexation of Austria into Nazi Germany in 1938 completely turned his life upside down and dramatically affected his future forever. He was no longer able to attend classes as a regular student at school, and in spring 1939, he was forced to take his matura, his final examination, privately. He was grown up enough to be deeply aware of and suffer from the dramatic events that were happening around him. Despite this, in fall 1939, he managed to enroll in physics at the University of Vienna, whose tradition included scientists such as Boltzmann and Mach, who had influenced the turn of the century new generation of theoretical physicists. Pauli himself, born in 1900, was raised among the intellectual elite of Vienna, and Ernst Mach had been his godfather and first mentor. But again, in June 1940, Touschek was expelled from the university for racial and political reasons and could only continue his studies privately, helped by Paul Urban, who had received his PhD in theoretical physics under the supervision of Hans Thirring. Urban put him in contact with Arnold Sommerfeld. Sommerfeld had educated and mentored a whole generation of young physicists and students, notably Heisenberg and Pauli, who had a key role in the new era of theoretical physics. Helped by Sommerfeld, in early 1942, Touschek abandoned Vienna and with great courage continued to pursue his passion for physics during the war years. Despite still being unable to attend classes as a regular student, he continued his studies in Germany, protected by Sommerfeld's colleagues and friends in Hamburg and later in Berlin, and at the same time worked to support himself. Hamburg University had risen to international fame during the era of the Weimar Republic, thanks to its outstanding scholars. Pauli himself had worked in Hamburg with Otto Stern in the 1920s. As a Jew, after Nazi seizure of power in 1933, Stern had been forced to resign from his post, similarly to many other colleagues. He found refuge in the United States and resided there when he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1943. In Hamburg, Touschek established a strong relationship with Wilhelm Lenz, as well as with Hans Jensen and Paul Hartek, both members of the Uranium Club, the German nuclear project led by Werner Heisenberg. In late 1942, Touschek moved to Berlin and began to work at the Lewe Opta radio company. In Berlin and Hamburg, Touschek experienced the heavy bombing raids and in particular the horror of fire bombing, of which he gave a chilling but very lucid and detailed description in his letters, often enriched with drawings. During those difficult times, he had the chance to come in contact with some of the most influential European physicists. In Berlin, he found Heisenberg, von Weizsäcker, and Max von Laue, who showed great interest in his studies. Planck himself was still alive. Touschek followed their lessons and participated in seminars. In 1944, when bombing began to menace the Physics Institute, Heisenberg and the others moved to Hechingen in southern Germany. Those were still the months of Hitler's conquest of Europe. German troops had even occupied Paris in 1940. But since 1942, as the war situation worsened for Germany, Hermann Göring, High Commander of the Air Force, fostered great hopes in the saving power of wonder weapons, the so-called Wunderwaffen, which actually were also part of a propaganda directed at Germans by the government. In early 1943, Touschek read the proofs of an article submitted by Rolf Wideröe, describing a project for a Betatron, a new kind of accelerator built by Donald Kersey in US, inspired by Wideröe's own ideas. This article was never published, and the Betatron immediately became a secret project of the Luftwaffe, as the military expected it would be able to produce death rays to be used against enemy aircraft during air battles. Touschek was involved in this project as a theoretician, which temporarily saved him from being deported to forced labor by the Todt organization. However, the Gestapo had been keeping an eye on him for a long time. In mid-March 1945, after having helped to move the completed Betatron away from Hamburg to escape the advance of Russian troops, Touschek traveled back to Hamburg, where something terrible happened, as he told after the war in a letter to his father. I went back to sleep to be waken up at 7:30 in the morning by two gentlemen. I was so sleepy that when they said secret state police, I answered, yes, but at midnight. During the following weeks, Touschek went through a horrible experience, languishing in a Gestapo prison and being shot twice during a march to the concentration camp of Kiel, since he had fallen to the ground, having a very high fever and under the weight of a large quantity of books that the prisoner had been forced to carry. Around 200,000 people died during these so-called death marches. Orders were to shoot the weakest prisoners and all those lagging behind or attempting to flee. By that time, his maternal grandmother had already died at the concentration camp of Theresienstadt. After being shot, Touschek was left there on the side of the street, but he was still alive and was again imprisoned and finally released a few days before the end of the war on the initiative of the Betatron team. Otherwise, he would have certainly been shot by the German troops retreating during the last hours of the war. He miraculously survived such dreadful events, and after the war, he finally obtained his degree in physics at the University of Göttingen with a dissertation on the theory of the Betatron, based on his reports to British intelligence. In Göttingen, he came in contact with many members of the Uranium Club who had been released from their internment in UK at the beginning of 1946, and were starting to reconstruct German physics from the ashes and destruction of Nazi's regime. In the meantime, as he wrote to Sommerfeld, He made a bit of neutrino theory, a bit of radiation damping, as well as Betatron calculations. For some time, he was Werner Heisenberg's assistant at the Max Planck Institute for Physics in Göttingen, continuing his formation under the influence of the great German theoretical school. Such difficult period in his life turned out to be a major step along the way to the first matter-antimatter collider. Touschek was now considered an expert in accelerators, and so in the early 47, the British intelligence arranged for his transfer to Glasgow University, where they were planning to build a 300 MeV electron synchrotron. In 1949, Touschek was awarded a PhD in physics with a dissertation on collisions between electrons and nuclei, and Rudolf Fires was his external supervisor. While being involved in theoretical studies, he was also consulted as a Betatron expert by other research centers in UK. In Glasgow, Touschek became a full-fledged theoretical physicist. He did theoretical work on the phenomenology of meson physics at accelerators and began to work in quantum field theory. He thus experienced the initial phase of particle physics with accelerators, the transition from cosmic rays to more systematic studies with artificial beams of particles. At that time, he came in contact with Max Born, one of the fathers of the new quantum mechanics, and collaborated with him, writing an appendix for a new edition of Born's book, Atomic Physics. Born himself, being Jewish, had been suspended from his professorship at the University of Göttingen in 1933 and had moved to UK. Physicists such as Heisenberg, Jordan, Pauli, Teller, Wigner, Weisskopf had been his PhD students or assistants. Born received the Nobel Prize in 1954. As we know from letters to his father and especially to Arnold Sommerfeld, Touschek soon began to feel that in Glasgow he was rather far from the mainstream of theoretical physics. He missed Germany and was particularly looking forward to working with Heisenberg again. Then, in the very early 50s, he met the well-known Italian physicist Bruno Ferretti, with whom he shared lively discussions on quantum field theory, and from whom he also heard about the great plans and expectations related to the rebuilding and relaunching of Italian physics after the disaster of World War II. Both agreed that Touschek would obtain a leave of absence to be spent in Italy, a country he knew since his childhood when he visited his second maternal home, Ada, married with an Italian. Eduardo Amaldi, deeply aware of Touschek's potential, invited him officially with an INFM contract. When Touschek arrived in Rome at the end of 1952, the National Institute for Nuclear Physics had just been founded, and Italian physicists were deciding to establish a national laboratory for high-energy physics in order to host an electron synchrotron, a new generation machine they had planned to build as a powerful tool for elementary particle physics. After having been for many years at the frontier of nuclear and cosmic ray research, Italy would have been able to regain a prominent international position in experimental and theoretical physics. Touschek's peculiar formation during the war and early post-war years was thus destined to have a profound influence on the future of high-energy physics. During the 50s, Touschek further evolved as a theoretician, giving relevant contribution to the study of discrete symmetries in particle physics, time reversal, and neutrino physics, also collaborating with Italian theoreticians. Let me note in passing that during the war, we know he studied Wigner's book on group theory and quantum mechanics at a time when there wasn't great interest in the subject. But he was aware of its importance and commented that it was a kind of treasure that he would put aside for later times. In the 50s, Touschek had a scientific correspondence with Pauli, whose interests were since some time centered on quantum field theory and had already resulted in fundamental pillars of the theory, the spin statistic theorem and the CPT.
Apriamo sta finestra.
At that time, the shocking discovery of parity violation was increasing interest in the discrete symmetry operations. Pauli and Touschek also wrote a joint paper, which however appeared only when Pauli had already passed away in December 58. After the funeral, Touschek wrote, "Without him, for me, physics is only half interesting." All this was instrumental in preparing his mind for further crucial reflections. Since the second half of the 50s, US physicists have been proposing to exploit the colliding technique to obtain a large center of mass energy and to carry out high-precision experiments to test the prediction of QED. In parallel, also Gersh Butker, with his team in USSR, was planning an E-E- experiment, VEC-1, apparently also discussing the interest of E+E-. In fall 1959, Pief Panofsky, who at the time was already planning the future 2-mile accelerator at Stanford, gave a seminar in Rome presenting the US Princeton-Stanford E-E- project. Raul Gatto and Nicola Cabibo, who were both present, have later recalled that it was after the seminar that Bruno Touschek came up with a remark that an E+E- machine could be realized in a single ring because of the CPT theorem. Bruno kept insisting on CPT invariance, which would ground the same orbit for electrons and positrons inside the ring. We also have Touschek's own recollections of the time. At the time, I felt rather exhausted from an overdose of work which I had been trying to perform in the most abstract field of theoretical research, the discussion of symmetries, which had been opened up by the discovery of the breakdown of one of them, parity, by Li and Yang. I therefore wanted to get my feet out of the clouds and onto the ground again, touching things, provided there was no high tension on them, and take them apart and get back to what I thought I really understood, elementary physics. And indeed, in February 1960, during a meeting in Frascati, Touschek made what at first appeared a surprising proposal: reconvert the electron synchrotron that had just gone into operation into an electron-positron collider. He remarked that a single ring would suffice for electrons and positrons thanks to CPT symmetry. Nicola Cabibo recalled, Touschek emphasized the creative character of E+E- collisions. That is the possibility of a complete transformation of the collision energy in the creation of new particles, and this through a channel with well-defined quantum numbers, those of a photon. Carlo Rubbia has well expressed how, in his mind, electron-positron collisions were nothing else than a way of realizing in practice the idea of symmetry between matter and antimatter, in the deep sense of the Dirac equation. This boundless enthusiasm for particle-antiparticle collisions was dominated by a sense of perfect and intellectual aesthetics. Then, during the discussion that followed, Giorgio Bigo suggested to build a small dedicated machine in order to perform the experiment proposed by Touschek. The following day, Touschek started to make calculations on a new notebook. The project was fully approved and was immediately funded. After only 1 year since Touschek's challenging proposal, ADA accumulated its first beams. As recalled by Carlo Bernardini, ADA became a circus for all visitors who were able to see with the naked eye through a porthole even a single electron circulating in the vacuum chamber. Together with Raul Gatto, Nicola Cabibo, who had graduated in '58 with Touschek as supervisor, fully explored the annihilation processes of interest that were presented in the famous article universally known as the Bible. In Orsay, at the Laboratoire de l'Accélérateur linéaire, where ADA was moved in '62 to benefit from the linear high particle injection rates, Touschek and his team, now including Pierre Varenne and Jacques Lesinski, were able to demonstrate that the two beams had actually collided through the observation of a single Bremsstrahlung as a monitoring reaction. This result definitely proved the feasibility of this kind of machine. They also discovered an unexpected effect, the loss of particles from the stored beams, reducing their lifetime, whose origin was immediately explained by Touschek as an intra-bunch scattering. But luckily, it turned out that the so-called Touschek effect scales sharply with energy and does not seriously affect more powerful colliders. In November 1960, even before Ada had showed the feasibility of electron-positron collisions, opening the way to higher energy and luminosity, Touschek prepared a draft plan for a bigger and more powerful storage ring for electrons and positrons, Adone. The official proposal was presented in January 1961. In the following years, Touschek made a fundamental contribution to the formation of a theoretical school in Rome and Frascati. He was especially appreciated as an extremely brilliant teacher, and in the early 70s was elected as foreign member of the Accademia dei Lincei, while in 75 he was awarded the prestigious Matteucci Medal. Between 77 and 78, Touschek spent the last months of his life as visiting scientist at CERN, at a time when early plans for a giant electron-positron collider were being discussed. However, when LEP eventually came into operation in 1989, Touschek was no more there. He had prematurely passed away on the 25th of May in 1978, while he was participating in the project for the proton-antiproton collider proposed by Carlo Rubbia. I will stop here, as my main purpose was to outline the formation and early evolution of Touschek as a physicist in the complex context in which he lived. Other illustrious speakers will discuss more in depth other further relevant aspects of his role in the scientific community, of his especially his legacy for world physics. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for your call. We have the time for a pair of questions. Is anybody? Okay, so thanks for the beautiful introduction. The next speaker is Professor Jacques Asinski from Orsay, I think, is connected by Zoom. Just a moment. The title is Ada at Orsay.
Thank you. This is Jacques Asinski speaking from Paris. Am I allowed to share my screen? I'll try now. Okay, and I go this way. Very good. So I may start. Let me go full screen here. Very good. This is my first slide. Well, first, I'd like to say how honored I feel to be contributing to this prestigious celebration. I wish I were in Rome and physically present in this Eduardo Amaldi lecture hall. Unfortunately, the context for traveling is not good enough.
Speak loudly, please, a little bit.
Can't you hear me? Is it better now?
Little bit better, yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell me if I do not speak loud enough. My first slide, let's see this. I'm having a problem here. Okay. Okay, let me recall very briefly the the story of Ada, which was already mentioned several times during this celebration. Ada was born in the spring of 1960. As Luisa just mentioned, it started with a proposal to turn the Frascati synchrotron into an electron-positron ring. And altogether, Ada, the Ada lifespan was about 4 years long. The first 2 years was spent in Frascati, and 2 other years from July 62 to summer 64, Ada was at the Laboratoire d'Accélérateurs linéaires in Orsay. I suppose that, well, we heard already Luisa Bonolis evoke this period, and I assume that Giulia Pancheri will come back to this, the first 2 years of this period. And I was asked to describe the second part of the Ada's life. So my outline is as follows. I will explain why Ada, the Ada E plus E minus storage ring was brought to Orsay after having been commissioned in Frascati, the first commissioning period. I'll tell about what operations, how Ada was operated, operating at LAL. Then some of the results, and in the end, I would like to describe the main result physics obtained with Ada at Orsay. I'm sorry if I am too technical in some of my transparency. Okay, first, sorry. I like to show this picture of Bruno Touschek. It's a picture which I like particularly since I think it captured very nicely Bruno's personality, which was characterized by a quick and imaginative mind, and also by a permanent sense of humor. To put the birth of Ada in perspective, I just recall what was the status at the time in Europe of the conventional accelerators. By conventional, I mean accelerators which accelerate projectiles which are sent and hit some target at rest in the laboratory. So at the time, there were several machines which had been commissioned quite recently, towards the end of the 1950s. And as you can see, there were 3 proton machines, 2 electron machines, in particular the Frascati electron synchrotron. The prospects, because of this machine being just commissioned, the prospects for an experimental high energy physics program were very good at the time. And this picture was shown by Luisa Bonolis. That's a picture of Ada before it left Frascati. And now, why did Ada was brought to Orsay? What happened is that the capture of electron and positron in the ring was lower than this electron and positron were produced by the Synchrotron accelerator in Frascati, but the capture rate was much lower than what was anticipated. And therefore, moving Ada to Orsay meant multiplying the number of stored particles by a factor on the order of 10 to the 5th power. The starting point of this episode was the visit of the Frascati laboratories by Pierre Marin. Pierre Marin was then a rather young physicist working at LAL. When he visited the Frascati laboratories, and he was shown the ADA accelerator storage ring. Pierre Marin suggested to Carlo Bernardini and Bruno Touschek suggested to bring it to Orsay, to bring the machine at Orsay, because the linear accelerator beam was much more adapted to storing more particles in ADA. After his visit to Frascati, Pierre Marin wrote a report where he envisaged already the fact that ADA could be transported to Orsay. The official people who had to set up this transfer were first Eduardo Amaldi, then Giorgio Salvini and Federico Garcia, who were then until 61, I think it was Salvini, and after 61 it was Quercia, directors of the Frascati laboratories. On the French side, the negotiations were carried out by André Blanc-Lapierre and Pierre Marin. This picture was taken much later than the ADA period. As already shown by Luisa Bonolis, this is a view of the linear accelerator, electronic linear accelerator at Orsay. It provided a 500 MeV beam, which was used to store particles in ADA. So this is a good picture, I think, of, I hope you can see my arrow, the picture of ADA once installed. That was in July 1962 in an experiment hall of Lal. What you can see first here is the upper part of the screen. I don't see my arrow anymore. Okay, here it is. Is the extremity, is the end part of the linear accelerator vacuum type, where the 500 MeV electrons were coming out. Then these electrons were going through some screen to check the location and the good focusing of the beam. Then the same electron beam was hitting a tantalum foil here, where they were converted and they were producing high energy Bremsstrahlung photons. And then this, I have a hard time, okay. And then these photons were entering the vacuum chamber of ADA, and within the vacuum chamber there was another tantalum plate where the high energy photons were creating electrons and positrons, which were, some of them were stored, and it was either electrons or positrons, depending on the geometric configuration of ADA with respect to this vacuum tube of the linear accelerator. ADA could be rotated and translated, so one could move from electrons to positrons. Here is a view of the control room in Orsay of ADA with Giuseppe Di Giugno. As you can see, there was no computer at the time. There were lots of screens and meters and a number of knobs which could be turned. So it was a period of, I think, quite interesting training period for young physicists. Here I show, I won't comment much, a picture of the synchrotron radiation emitted by ADA, which was in the visible region. When the beam was unperturbed, this picture of the transverse dimension of the bunch shows that it was kind of flat, and its largest dimension was radial one. And then when some coupling was applied to the Betatron oscillations, horizontal and vertical, then the beam would become slanted and more and larger too. Here is a few of the other parameters. The overall size of ADA was about 1.2 meter. The electron and positron orbit was 4.1 meter long. We used to work at an energy of around 200 MeV. This is the value of luminosity. The beam current in each beam was about 0.5 milliamp, and the vacuum which was maintained in the ring was about 1 nanotorr, which at the time was a real challenge to maintain it at this low level. The ADA collaboration at OSE was comprised of five Italian members. We already talked about Carlo Bernardini, Corazza, who was doing lots of things about the machine itself, the hardware, Giuseppe Giugno. François Lacoste was one of the two first French physicists to greet ADA at OSE. Then I replaced him, Marin Quazzoli Touschek. Personally, I was a graduate student at the time. ADA was the subject of my thesis, and in the end, Carlo Bernardini and Bernard Touschek were members of my doctorate examination board. Here, what you can see is a picture of Gianfranco Corazza, Carlo Bernardini. I'm afraid this picture is not as good as I would have liked. And this is a picture of Quazzoli. The OSE scientific program was threefold. First, to check the beam lifetime, to understand and measure the bunch size of the electrons and the positrons in the ring. And in the end, the most important point was to measure the ring luminosity. I flashed that to show what you see here is versus time horizontally. Is the current in nanoamps. This is 500 nanoamps. The current which was driven by a photomultiplier which could detect the synchrotron light produced by the stored particles. At this point here, there were five electrons stored in the machine. Then at this time, another electron was added. And by playing with the radio frequency power, one could shorten the lifetime of the particles. And what you can see, each step here is the loss of one particle stored in the beam until what remains is just the dark current. So one could check, one could observe these few particles in the very macroscopic setup, ADA setup. I think this was quite remarkable. It was such a graph was already obtained in Frascati, and I think it deserved probably it would have deserved a more. I mean, it would have been said and not enough advertisement was given to this kind of graph. Now I come to the lifetime of the stored beam, and one of the first measurements which were carried out was to check how this lifetime was affected when the power in the RF cavity, which kept the electrons and positrons rotating despite the fact that they were losing their energy progressively because of the synchrotron radiation. When one lowers the high voltage of the RF cavity, I would say, if one increases the voltage in the RF cavity, you can see that the lifetime of the bunch was getting larger. This is a logarithmic scale. One has to be careful. What happened fundamentally is that electrons and positrons stored in the beam were somehow trapped in the potential well provided by the RF cavity, and this potential well, it's the depth of this potential well was progressively increased by putting more power in the cavity, and at the same time the lifetime of the bunches were increasing very rapidly. From this measurement, one could infer the length of the bunch, of the stored bunch, and the outcome was that this length was about 10 centimeters, which means about 1/3 of a nanosecond. Another and most important effect which was observed at Rossi was the fact that the more particles, as you can see here, this is horizontally is the number of particles up to about 10 million particles. And here, what is plotted is the inverse of the lifetime of these stored particles. And what you can see is this linear behavior of the lifetime as a function of the number of particles. So this was a bit deceiving, because it meant that the more particles were put in the ring and the faster they were lost. This totally unexpected effect was right away interpreted by Bruno Touschek, and the effect itself further took the name of Touschek effect. What he realized is that the inverse lifetime was proportional to the density number of the particles in the bunch. This he interpreted immediately as being due to an intra-bunch process, therefore a collective effect which meant that it could not have been seen in Frascati because it meant storing enough particles in the bunches. And from the rate of the particle losses, one could infer the volume of the bunch. So this Touschek effect, its observation and its interpretation by Touschek, was the topic covered by the first paper published by the Italo-French collaboration. Then the radial size of the bunch was measured, as I've shown before, by just taking a picture of the transverse dimensions of the bunches taken using the synchrotron radiation. As I said, the longitudinal size was inferred from the quantum fluctuations, and by measuring the total bunch dimensions, one could find what was the vertical dimension, and there was a big surprise came at the time, since this vertical dimension was found to be about 1 order of magnitude higher than what was expected at the beginning. Then, when all of that was understood, we started looking for collisions between the two opposite beams, as was recalled by Luisa Bonolis. The CPT theorem ensures that the orbits of the electrons and the positrons are coincident. Since the luminosity which could be reached was not very high, we used this reaction which is a single Bremsstrahlung taking place in E plus E minus when the two opposite particles were colliding, and this is how this luminosity was measured as a number. What is plotted here is horizontally the number of particles in one beam, and vertically is the number of collisions, the number of events which were observed when the opposite beam had an intensity which was progressively increased. And this linear increase here definitely showed that there was collisions. The lower part here was due to imperfect vacuum. I mean, it was very good, but not perfect. And all of this was the matter of the second and last publication by the Italo-French collaboration, which was in Nuovo Cimento. The previous one was in the Physical Review Letters. So, sorry. Okay. The main physics results with ADA are summarized here. We checked that the calculation of, well, that was, I didn't discuss that, is the lifetime due to the residual gas. I won't discuss that now. The lifetime due to quantum fluctuations in the RF potential well was checked. The theory, the Touschek effect was discovered, and its interpretation was provided by Bruno Touschek. And finally, evidence for the mechanism that determines the stored bunch height was also discovered. Well, the most important point was that a collision rate between the opposite stored beams was measured, and altogether, one may say that the basic underlying concept of the E plus E minus colliders was established, and the road to more powerful storage rings and colliders were thus opened. At OSE, there is now a commemorative plate which has been put at the main entrance of our laboratory. I'm not going to translate that, of course, which says that, recalls that the first ever collisions between opposite electrons and positrons were observed at OSE with ADA. And the second part of this text says that Bruno Touschek and Pierre Marin were the key players in this program. And to finish, I would like to say that this coming of ADA in OSE had a very big impact in the future of the laboratory accelerator linear. And it has a huge impact in two respects. First, the linear accelerator from then on was only used to inject particles in other storage rings. Since 3 other storage rings were built by the laboratory, 2 colliders, E plus E minus colliders, and 1 ring which was totally devoted to synchrotron radiation source, as a synchrotron radiation source. And then the second part of it is that a number of PhD students were trained at LAL in this field of storage rings, and many of them, I mean, a number of them then pursued their research at other E plus E minus colliders abroad, and the major responsibilities given to them. In this plot, what you see is time, the year from 1960. ADA was present at OSE at this time. Then this is the center of mass energy of several colliders, electron-positron colliders, which play an important role in the scientific development of E plus E minus annihilations. This is ACO, built by the LAL. This is DCI with a larger energy. And this is PIR, sorry. This is PIR at PEP, Keck in Japan, Petra at DESY, LEP at CERN. At LEP, two of the, among the spokesperson of the major collaborations were people from OSE. At Petra, there was one of the detector. One of the detectors spokesman was someone from OSE, and at PEP, also one of the spokespersons was someone from OSE. So you can see that bringing ADA at OSE had a very large impact. Okay, I think I'm about at the end of my time, and I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you to Professor Rasinski. We have time for questions. Actually, I have seen that there is somebody outside that is what's the name? No question from outside? What about in the room? Luisa Cifarelli. Okay, prego.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Just one remark. Both the Frascati laboratory and the OSE laboratory have been named EPS historic sites, so historic sites of the European Physical Society for progress in physics and in the history of physics, precisely due to ADA. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Massimo
This is Massimo Placidi.
Okay, go ahead.
I had a question and a remark from Jacques. The remark is that in his last slide, the legacy of ADA went straight into the construction of Adone, which is missing in that slide, but this is just a remark.
Yes, thank you, Massimo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Massimo. You are perfectly right. And what always, I mean, what I should emphasize, what should be emphasized is that the Adone ring, the project was launched soon after the decision was taken to build ADA.
Exactly.
It was the Italian people, I would say, were very confident in the success of ADA and launched that important Adone project. And of course, there are lots of things which could be said about the physics results, multi-particle production, which came also as a surprise at the time and was a major step forward in particle physics.
Sure, but I had a question for you. I don't know if you remember, but I remember I was just fresh into the Frascati labs. It was 1962, 63. And I remember that ADA was at Orsay because of a better injection efficiency. But I remember a curiosity, I don't know if you remind this, ADA was filled with electrons and then rotated around a longitudinal axis upside down to inject positrons in order the two beams to counter-rotate. Do you remember this detail?
Of course. In fact, in some of my transparency, which I have not shown, I have some kind of animation to show that. This rotation around an horizontal axis was the simplest way to move from electron storing to positron storing. And
Exactly.
I remember very well because that was one of the
one of the reasons to be there.
Yeah, I was there at the time, and there was some magnetic dust within the vacuum.
Yes, there was the dust discovery at that time. I remember.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. And later on, as I briefly mentioned, is that ADA, to move from electron storing to positron storing, ADA was rotated around about a vertical axis, not horizontal, vertical axis, and was translated, which allowed to change the configuration of the ring with respect to the linear accelerator and to move from electrons to positrons. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jack.
We have another question from Professor Magnani.
This fact that ADA infrascatter had to be rotated to insert the positron is a sort of legend that goes around, and I wonder who invented the method, because that seems very similar to the curves that Touschek invented for his boat. It looks like that, but somebody knows who invented this idea of rotating the ADA to inject the positrons? It's a question to Jack. Probably knows.
Sorry, I didn't understand fully the question. Can you repeat it, please?
I can promise that Louise and myself are
yes. Okay.
He's asking.
Technical realization was by Gianfranco Corazza, who was really researching this kind of. But yes, the idea itself is
just wanted to remind you that Jacques Kaczynski did his PhD thesis on ADA, and in fact that's the best source of everything which happened about ADA in OSE itself. That's why we are here hearing and listening to Jacques' experience as well.
Okay, thank you. I think thank you for Professor Assisti. I think it's time to go to the next talk, Professor Giancarlo Rossi. Professor Giancarlo Rossi, Touschek and Statistical Mechanics.
You have a problem. J'arrive pas à voir.
Allora, io sicuramente non lo metto nella didattica perché non direi. No, è giusto. Nella didattica ne abbiamo parlato un minuto fa e abbiamo. Adesso abbiamo un altro problema, cioè che
Please, can people mute if they are not talking? Thanks. Okay, so
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this memorial, Touschek Memorial, in particular Luciano Mariani and Giulia Panchelli, for inviting me to give this talk. It's really an honor for me to participate to this commemoration of the 100th anniversary of Bruno Touschek's birth. I think I'm going to talk about a slightly different aspect of Bruno Touschek's activity, namely that has to do with his incredible ability of teaching and lecturing. So Okay, like many others of us, I graduated, we were BrunoToushek students. I graduated in 1966 under his supervision, defending the thesis E plus minus 2 plus 2 minus plus gamma annihilation in the block-North method, from which my first paper, in collaboration with Bruno Grego, was originating. And this was based on an Abelian coherent state formally developed under the BrunoToushek supervision by Greco, Palumbo, Pankeri, and Srivastava. Of course, this method of coherent states has been extended in many ways in many fields of physics, from Parton process even to MHF amplitudes, if you know what they are. Touschek was dedicating a lot of time to teaching. His lectures were highly valued by the students, and he gave, as far as I can remember, many courses like statistical mechanics, which I'm going to talk more in the next slides, metodi matematici della fisica. Then he gave lectures on the normalization at the Scuola di Perfezionamento, and a course on sull'insegnamento della teoria dei quanti in CEI, in Rome, and then notes on the laser effect, whose original are here in my possession. There is a Touschek booklet. The reason why I have this booklet is that because at the beginning, this was supposed to be the subject of my thesis. Then Touschek realized that it was too difficult for me, and we changed the back to radiated corrections. And he was right, actually. So I will focus on the course of mechanical statistica, in whose development I was directly involved with as a student and as an author of the book that I'm going to talk to describe you in a moment. This is the book, was published by Volentieri in 1970 in the Programma di Matematica Fisica e Elettronica. This is a very nice initiative, and there were beautiful books, very important books, and some I'm putting here, like you can see, Children Meccanica Quantistica in Italia by Dirac, and it's a wonderful book by Giusti on analisi matematica 1. Now, the birth, now let me give you a few words on the birth of the book, because it was certainly for me a great occasion, fantastic occasion as a student. The material grew slowly from the lecture that Touschek delivered to the fourth-year students in physics at La Sapienza from 59 to 68. A first set of notes were collected by Dr. Gambarelli that appeared as a dispense in 1965. But Bruno was not, he didn't like these notes, so he wanted to find somebody else to help him, too much to say, to write in Italian his lectures, in good Italian lectures. So actually, I followed as a student the Touschek course in 1964-65, running a second set of notes. At this point, with the idea of publishing a book, Touschek decided to produce a first manuscript in English. He did this so, lecture by lecture, in the year 1967-68, and they took notes of this new course once again in Italian, and these were published, here they are, first as a dispense, and then like a book by La Goliardica. You can imagine that was a devastating experience for a student like me, following Bruno Touschek lectures and following the development of his ideas. Sorry. So at this point, we had two versions of the book, or two sets of notes. A collection of lecture notes in English produced by Touschek, and a manuscript in Italian assembled by me out of Touschek's lectures. The plan was to reorganize the whole material in a book, first in Italian, that was published by Boringhieri, and then possibly translated into English. Perhaps Touschek had in mind Wiley or Academic Press. Unfortunately, this second step never occurred. From the time I followed the course, series of lectures, it took us more than 2 years of work to really finalize the book as it is now. There were a very long session in Touschek's apartment where we my Italian version was scrutinized, was reorganized, corrected, so as to have a nice argument to prove physics statement and supporting theorems. This long session in Touschek's apartment where I met for the first time Francis and Stefan, they were kids at the time, maybe they don't remember it. I remember them very well. And also their mother, really a fantastic person. I should say that we had we were working either in the morning from 10 to noon, or later in the afternoon after 3 p.m. But anyway, irrespective of the time of my arrival, I was always finding on the desk Fiasco di Chianti and 2 glasses. Chianti Touschek used to say was the ideal magic, these are really literally these words, the ideal magic potion to make the brain work smoothly and brilliantly. Actually, his brain was working smoothly and brilliant, but not mine after a while. So I decided I soon learned that I should never empty a glass, otherwise it would be a disaster for the master. Discussion is a very crucial point of my deep relationship with Touschek. Discussions were not only about physics. Touschek was keen to talk about everything, like politics, where 68 mentioned what was the situation in the atmosphere in the physics department. And in general, sociology, everyday life, in spite of were always unexpectedly original. Humor and some tension, cynicism were the colors, I should say, of Touschek arguments. So, as a person, the time I spent working in this project was not simply a guide for my career as a physicist, but also a school formation as a person. You have to understand that I was 22 at that time. 20 years. Now, let me give you at this point some highlight of the content of the book. It was a part. Yeah. So the book was divided into two parts: statica statistica and dynamica statistica. Statica statistica was a bit more standard, though there were Touschek was discussing and proposed to the students to confront with rather subtle and sophisticated problems. And the second part was even more fancy at the time because it has to do with the the non-equilibrium, if you like, part of statistical mechanics. Of course, when I say non-equilibrium, I mean just a bit out of the equilibrium. Let me discuss 4 points. The first one is the metodo del punto di riserva. This was the drawing that you find in the book. Of course, the drawing is by Bruno Touschek. You see how brilliant and original was the idea of really putting the book example with the horse. Then another point that I would like to briefly discuss, if you allow me, is a question about whether you can give a covariant formulation of thermodynamics. Because there was a problem at that time of how temperature should transform relativistically. Then, as an example of application of the master equation, we discussed the clepsydra with the infinite number of grains and the periodic statistical clock. I want to give you just a few formulas to show you how ingenious, how brilliant was Touschek in devising this problem and giving a synthetic and intelligent solution. Another argument that it was extremely of interest to it was the question of reversibility, because microscopic reversibility against against macroscopic irreversibility and the role of fluctuations. Yeah. Okay, you are not supposed to read the formula. Put them there just for completeness. But the question that he was asking is how does temperature transform, or in other words, if I have a moving system, how do I define being in my reference frame the temperature of this body? If you say that T is defined from the gas state equation, like RT equal PV, PV, then clearly temperature should transform like a length, because P is supposed to be invariant, and this is the transformation law. However, T also entered the second law of thermodynamics, where like the integration factor for the delta Q. And in this way, you see that T would have the opposite summation properties, because clearly delta S is a number, and so T should transform as a fourth component of the vector bracket. The solution he proposed, it was the end point of a long discussion in the literature, actually, in which I didn't make the accurate reference to the discussion, but Otto was the key person in this discussion. So you can actually give a fully covariant formulation of thermodynamics if you just add, besides the usual constraint on energy, also constraints on the spatial part of the momentum of each box that makes up the Gibbs ensemble. Okay, everything goes smoothly, only instead of 2 Lagrange multipliers, now you have 5, namely you have not only the temperature, and you, with this 5, I mean, lambda is a Lagrange multiplier for the number, from observation number, while beta becomes, while temperature becomes a form vector. You can prove that this perfecto must have the form that I wrote there. The mu is u mu over kappa t. And now you see what is the solution of the puzzle. It depends which one of the components of beta mu you decide to measure. Because in any case, there is a kinematical factor times kappa b t0. So kappa b t0 is always the temperature of the body in its rest frame. But if you measure from the outside, you can either decide to use the gas equation or the entropy, and you find different components of this vector. So there is no puzzle actually. The temperature is always the temperature in the rest frame. The rest is just a mathematical construction. This is our hourglass. I wrote the master equation, namely. Okay, I don't have a point, but you can read the equation. You can. Not necessary to read the equations. The point I want to make is that if you call PS of t the probability of having S grains in the lower part of the time, at time t, and lambda transition frequency, so that is to say, at which rate grain fall into the ground part of the hourglass, then you have those equations, and with initial conditions that, of course, at the beginning, the lower part is empty, so the probability of having 0 grain in the lower part is 1. And the other probability is 0. And then you let the system evolve, and the solution can be given in closed form. And you see that the number of grains in the lower part of the clessidra are have a Gaussian distribution. With now, why it is a clock? It's a clock because the expectation value is proportional to t, with small fluctuations. So you can use the clock, the clessidra as a clock. Then the question arises because I guess if I am not Chirinian, there was a Chirinian defeated Touschek to give the solution for n finite, so a number of grain, finite number of grain, but that is not cannot be given in a closed form. Rather, then Touschek invented the statistical clock, namely a system in which you have a finite number of grains n, but there is a periodicity in the sense that the probability of having S grain is equal to the probability of having S plus n grain. And even this problem has an exact solution because the system after all is linear, also with the Fourier transform. You solve the problem and the solution hidden below. You are not supposed to read the solution. The point I want to make is that in any instance, imagine this was a book for students, but he thought that the students should be challenged. They should be given some kind of original problems, new ideas, which they should elaborate by. This was the most favorite problem Touschek wanted to deal with. So, question of macro reversibility. Macro. Sorry. Irreversibility. So he wanted to construct a system where you could study explicitly how fluctuations grow and how fluctuations decay. So we, myself, I wrote a program in Fortran to extremely elementary to make the following numerical exercise. You take extract from a flat distribution between -1/2 and 1/2, randomly numbers, you sum a bunch of them, say 100, and then at each step you replace the first number you extracted with the 101, the second with the 102nd, and so on and so forth. So you have the windows that runs all through these random numbers. And every time you compute this expectation value. No, clearly the expectation, the value of this random variables x. Clearly the expectation value of x is 0, because you're taking number with the uniform probability -1/2 and 1/2, so you get 0. And the sigma is 1/12. This you get things like that. We used a Cray to generate a very long history, like tens of millions of extractions. And the interpretation of these results were the following. Well, micro-reversibility means that at each local maximum or minimum, the two slopes, right and left, are equal. This is micro-reversibility, or in a more seen from far away, reversibility means you cannot tell which way the time and then the extraction was running. This is perfectly reversible. But macro irreversibility is instead, according to this is the philosophy, the point of view that Bruno was trying to push, is due to the fact that you are always out of equilibrium. So what you are witnessing in everyday life, I mean, because he uses this colloquial language because he wanted to be kind of colloquial, especially in this book. But the article could be made more sophisticated. So one is always starting from a large fluctuation, which then has a very high probability of decay, not to grow even higher. This is why you have so the system moves always from this very high to very low. So from this very low probability state to a very high one, which is the decreasing of the fluctuation. In this way, you see that it is as if you are always at the maximum of the fluctuation. You can, in this very simple system, you can compute the probability of having a fluctuation larger than a given value. So you can study if this probability distribution is borne out by your data, and we discover that the distribution that you can compute explicitly doesn't fit with doing an analysis of the age of these fluctuations we were performing. And the reason was that the claim numbers were not sufficiently random. In fact, Bruno Touschek was really proposing to use this criterion to validate the randomness of certain numbers. Annoyed by this situation, Touschek produced an algorithm to randomize random numbers. Okay, let me conclude because I think Bruno Touschek, in my opinion, not my opinion, it's a common opinion that was a great scientist, a brilliant teacher, that I want to stress this point, this is what I want to do, and an amazing person. Was for me a great inspiration, and I want to read these words. Interacting with him was really a fantastic human scientific adventure. As I said before, a regret for Touschek, and actually also for me, was that, and it still is, that the book didn't arrive to be published, didn't arrive to publish an English version. He was unable to convince Wiley or Academic Press to have this book in English. And he was regretting this very much. Okay, I guess I stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Question?
So at the beginning of the presentation, you nominated the collision between positrons and electrons, and I was wondering how they do interact and how the covariant thermodynamics under Lorentz transformations had a key role to the collisions in accelerators. Thank you.
These are two rather separated issues. When I speak about covariant thermodynamics, there I mean classical thermodynamics. I mean not quantum. That has nothing to do with quantum process like.
Nothing to do with quantum process like the process that we see in Rossi minus the annihilation. Annihilation is a theoretical second quantization problem, so it's a quantum problem to next step. This kind of experiment, the results have practically nothing to do with the covariant, the problem of making thermodynamics covariant. Of course, the theory that describes plus minus annihilation in itself has to be relativistically invariant or covariant. But not the two subjects refer to completely different physical situations.
There is another question from Professor Asinki from outside. Is correct?
Thank you. Well, it's just a remark. I have been wondering for many years whether this statistical physics book had been published in English. Now I know that it hasn't. But looking at the summary, I mean, I really wish very much that this book be published someday. And it seems to me that the speaker would be in a position to do that. So I would like to encourage him.
Thank you. Only like Bruno Touschek, I would like to find a student as good as I was at those times to help me in this business. I'm not sure that as brilliant as it used to be and as I will have the strength to do it. In any case, one has to find somebody, I don't know, as I said, Wiley or who knows who, get to invest little money for this. If these conditions can be fulfilled, I would be happy to give an hand. In any case, if you want to buy the book in Italian, you find it in Amazon. Second hand or third hand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, excuse me, just a moment. Now there is a coffee break. We kindly remind you to follow this division. People with the name from A to B should go to the ground floor. People from E to O should go to the first floor, this one. People from P to Zeta to the second floor. We apologize, but you understand the situation. Thank you. We meet around 5 minutes after 12, okay? Okay, can we start? You can sit down, please. So we have the next speaker is Professor Carlo Rubbia. He's connected outside. The title is The Era of Colliders. Professor Rubbia, please.
Okay, just a moment. Let me try. Delia, share screens. Good. E poi? It's not right. Devi andare su quello là. Okay, are you here? Can you hear me? Non funziona. It doesn't work.
Yes, perfect.
Doesn't work. Doesn't move. He's not advancing. Listen to me. Does someone listen to me? No, it doesn't work. Delia.
Si sente?
Qui non avanza. Qui avanza, come avanzi? Così. Ok, adesso avanza. Can you listen to me? Non sento niente.
Yes.
Are you working? Can somebody answer?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you very well, and we can see your first slide very well.
I cannot hear you. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Can you hear? So can I get started? Yes. Colliders. Bruno Touschek, 100 years. Okay, I will start first with particle accelerators. Currently, there are more than 30,000 particle accelerators in operation in the world. 1% of them are large accelerators, generally with beams above 1 GeV, using particle physics, synchrotron light source, including radiotherapy, ion implantation, industrial processing, and research, biomedical, and other energy processes. The Lengthening process shows the behavior, evolution. You can see in particular development of collider coming up in the last years, and the energy and collider is plotted in terms of the laboratory mass energy. The colliders, collider beam storage also calls a collider, stores and then accelerated two counter-rotating beams of charged particles before bringing them to head-on collision with each other. The net momentum of the oppositely directed beam is zero, and all the energy. This is in contrast with interaction produced by fixed target particle beam, in which the beam strikes target and stationary target. Only a fraction beam energy is transformed interaction energy. Collider beams were developed initially with lepton beams, and later is the inventor of the collider. Or Villeroy has been the progenitor of the many particle accelerator concept. His concept of colliding two particle beam head-on in a storage ring device in order to increase the interaction. 1943 patent. The usual invention format has been motivated by the exceptional circumstances of the German during the war. You can see here the picture, original picture from and then the influence the course of high energy physics with better shaping landscape of the early days, a linear accelerator colliding beam becoming indispensable tools of today. You can see here particle accelerator in the ring are separated in two counter-rotating rings where collision are observed. Villeroy moved to Switzerland in 1946 and also served consultant in the time of the alternating grating focus in principle for a 25 GeV proton synchrotron. The next important element is BrunoToushek, which already discussed in the previously, but then I like briefly state the facts. Among the key players was Villeroy's assistant, the Austrian BrunoToushek, a victim of the Holocaust, since his mother was Jewish. During the death march from the Hamburg prison, Touschek was shot by an SS officer, presumed being dead, and thus left behind, unfortunately still alive. He lived permanently in Italy from 1958 until the premature death. In 1960, he gave a talk in Frascati where he described the idea of the collider, a particle accelerator where the particle and its antiparticle collide within the same orbit in opposite directions. The first electron-positron storage ring, called Anello di Accumulazione ADA, was constructed in Frascati under Touschek's supervision in the early 60s, followed by Adone. The Spear collider at the Stanford Linear Accelerator was completed in 1972, and soon contributed to the discovery of the Psi-J mesons and the tau leptons, both recognized by Nobel Prizes is Sam Ting, Bert Richter, and Marty Pearl. Another important question is the discovery of the mu neutrino. The Nobel Prize in Physics in 1988 was awarded jointly to Leon Lederman, Ben Schwartz, and Steinberger for the neutrino beam method and the demonstration of the double structure of the lepton through the discovery of mu neutrino. The work reward was carried out in 1960. The muon is a relatively heavy charged elementary particle, which was discovered in cosmic radiation during the 30s. This is the view now accepted of the paired grouping of elementary particles as the roots in this prize winner's discovery. The experiment was planned when the three researchers were associated at Columbia University of New York and carried using the alternating gradient synchrotron AGS at the Brookhaven National Accelerator Laboratory at Long Island, and we fixed proton target. Muon cooling is another major question to be discussed. It was first proposed by Butler and Skrinsky in the 60s. However, there was little substance until Skrinsky and Pomeranchuk developed the idea. The idea in the US were around the 60s due to Klein and Neuffer. Snowman's feasibility study was presented in 1956 in US collaboration with the EU organization, and funding was formed in 1997. As discussed already in 1994, for instance, by Bartlett and Sessler, muons may be produced by the two classes of processes. 1A, production of protons, substance decaying muons. B, mu plus, mu minus for electron productions. During the following 2 decades, Neuffer, Palmer, and Klein, and many others have greatly expanded the ionization cooling of process A. There have been important subsequent development, but only very few verifying experimental tests have been performed. The early progress of Collider is based on conceptual steps, first in Frascati with Bruno Touschek, and then in Novosibirsk with Gers Butker. There are 2 great processes at the time, luminosity rates and beam gas background. The early success of E plus E minus collider was followed by a first PP collider for high energy with the ISR. At the beginning, that was the beginning of far more difficult physics. They were called by the 2 watches in collisions. The PP bar accumulation for high energy, higher tune shift. This pessimism was conjugated with the widespread initial lack of confidence in hadron collisions in spite of the higher energies. When positron collider is shown here, is the ADA, anello accumulazione, which started in 1961, and was luminosity was detected. The first collider being built were both in Frascati ADA near Rome and Web 1 in Novosibirsk. The next step was the ISR. The construction of the first hadron-hadron proton collider began at CERN in 1966. The collider was operational in 1971. The radius of the ring of 150 meters with 8 crossing points, as you can see from the picture here, was 63 GeV. A stack of DC current up to 60 amps. Hadron and electron are necessary in order to further extend the domain of particle from 71 to 84 with a maximum center of energy of 62 GeV. For this startup, the collider itself, the collider has the capability to produce particle light pi J and upsilon as well as observable structure. However, the particle detector experiments were not configured to observe events of large momentum transverse momentum in the beamline, leaving this discovery to elsewhere. Nevertheless, the construction of the ISR involved many advances in accelerator physics, including the first use of the stochastic cooling and had the record luminosity of the hadron collider. Another important step forward has been the experimental discovery of neutral currents. The attractive development did not guarantee that the theory was true, as used in Ulmis. The ultimate matter is confirmed by experimental results. In 1973, the so-called neutral current were discovered in the neutrino reactor at CERN and promptly confirmed at Fermilab. Experimental observation in neutrino interaction proved that besides the hypothetical weak interaction mediated by the charge boson by plus to by minus, there was also a neutral electroweak partner, the Z0. This was no doubt another Nobel Prize class experimental discovery, which was however never recognized, in my view, mainly because of the early death of André Lagarigue. Now, transforming the existing accelerator into a collider, in 1976, Ruby, McIntyre, and Klein proposed to modify the proton accelerator into a proton-antiproton collider. At the time, the proton accelerator was already running in Fermilab. It was under construction at CERN. The scheme was proposed both at Fermilab and CERN, and ultimately accepted CERN for the SPS. The program approval started in 1978. The first Ws came in 1983, very shortly after that. You can see here the pictures of functional time and the rapidity with which the process was developed. The initial cooling experiment was the first step. In 1977, a record time 9 months, the magnets of the G-2 experiment were modified. They used at CERN to build the proton-antiproton storage rings. And the so-called initial cooling experiment. It served to the verification of the cooling methods to be used by antiproton project. Stochastic cooling was proven the same year. Electron cooling followed later. Electron cooling was provided by an electron cooler located in a straight section of the ring. With some modification, the cooler was later transplanted into Lear, low-energy antiproton ring, and then with further modification into the AD, antiproton accelerator, where it cools antiproton also until today. Here is the picture of the antiproton accumulator and the antiproton collector as they were built at the time. The success of that was the antiproton cooling, which was successfully developed. Here you can see antiproton cooling in 2 seconds. The red line, the blue line is a thing before the cooling, and after 2 seconds, the cooling gave a red line. The U1 and U2 experiments were developed at the time. The project was initiated in 79 by the Cell Antiproton-Proton Collider. The SPS became operational in July 81, and by January 83, the discovery of the W and Z were announced. Ruby and van der Meer received the 1994 Nobel Prize in Physics for the Nobel Committee for their decisive contribution to the large project which led to the discovery of the field of particle W and Z. The Nobel Prize was given to Rubbia for his idea to convert the existing large accelerator into a storage ring for proton and antiproton, and i.e. the conception of the SPP bar, and to Simon van der Meer for his ingenious method of dense packing and storage of protons now applied to antiprotons, i.e. the device or technology of stochastic cooling. The conception, construction, and operation of the SPBRBS were considered as a great technical achievement. Here's a WMAS, the experimental WMAS experimentation, as was shown at the time, and this contains results both coming at CERN and Fermilab. You can see how beautiful the image of the WMAS recovered in this way, with a mass of 80 GeV for MeV was given. Advances in the theory. Following the symmetry breaking paper by Peter Higgs and François Eigers in 1964, Stephen Weinberg and Abdus Salam applied the Higgs mechanism to a model of electroweak symmetry breaking for the interaction between a scalar boson and electroweak symmetry theory. For this achievement, Salam, Glashow, and Weinberg were jointly awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics 79 for their contribution to the theory of the weak and electromagnetic interaction between the elementary particles, including inter alia the prediction of the weak neutral currents. The theory and the Nobel Prize required also a new massive neutral scalar particle, the Higgs, to be detected experimentally by CERN later. Here is a picture of theorists experimentalists joining the Nobel Committee. You can see here, this is occur at the time of the Nobel Committee. You can see myself and Sandra Meyer receiving the Nobel Prize. We're behind Abdus Salam there, Shelley Glashow, and Steve Weinberg, which celebrated together the 1984 Nobel Prize ceremony. Now, for a model, we went to a complete theoretical description. During this year, very fundamental theoretical development took place in the idea of the Weinberg-Salam model. Weltham and Toft in 1971 described a gauge with a property that all orders of perturbation theory, there are only a finite number of infinities, which then might be absorbed into the regular definition of the parameter, essential to any true reasonable theory. The theory might have been able to describe weak electromagnetic interaction energy beyond the accelerator, maybe up to 10 to the 19 GeV, the so-called mass scale, the initial Big Bang. The Nobel Prize in 1999 was jointly awarded to Weltham and Toft for elucidating the quantum structure of the electroweak interaction in physics. Completing the standard model, followed. Standard model of particle physics is, of course, a monumental description of 3-4 fundamental forces, and you can see predicted here. You can see also the last element, the Higgs particle indicated here. The last quark was developed eventually by Fermilab in 1995, and it was shown here. The significance was very well observed, and this first evidence for the production of synchrotron quark Fermilab, the collider, is represented here. Here is the events of the result, and it shows that the top quark was completed by Fermilab in 1995. And that brought the question open still of the grand unifications. The running coupling constant of three main different interactions may not be simply converged in a total uniform value, as what was the result which appeared from the results from CERN, for instance. However, it may be modified by low mass SUSY threshold in order to converge a common grand uniform value already nearer the let's see, masses. You can see here without SUSY, and you can see the presence of SUSY, how the thing gets modified. You can see with the low mass SUSY LHC energies, you could reach a common jointly of the three interactions in a common thing with a proton decay. No doubt the convergence of all these three running coupling constants in common value with electron unification is probably inevitable. However, the mechanism for this change in mass value sequence are still today vastly unknown, and there are reports by Patty Salam, George Glashow explaining that. Finally, the collision in the US has to be rapidly described. In 1974, Isabel, a 200 by 200 GeV proton using a superconducting magnet was recommended by Brookhaven National Laboratory. Was built in 1983. The US DOE canceled the project after spending more than $200 million. it proved the harbinger for the much more costly cancellation of the superconducting super collider in October 1993. The project was canceled in 1993 due to budget problems after 22.5 kilometers of tunnel and nearly $2 billion US dollar collected. Now, in spite of that, BNL RC began operation in 2000, and until November 2010, it had been the most powerful heavy ion collider in the world. The LHC has then been operated with 25 times energy per nucleon. As in 1919, the RIC and the LHC are the only operating hadron collider in the world. But LHC uses mainly colliding protons, and heavy ions was used only for 1 month a year. The last Nobel Prize was given to CERN for the discovery of in 1912 at the S collider, the narrow line of significance, and this is their Atlas and CMS results were very well demonstrated. And the Nobel Prize in Physics was provided by Engelt and Higgs in 1913. Experiment also excluded the other Higgs boson up to 600 JeV. Search has been performed in several decay modes, however, otherwise in presence of very substantial backgrounds. Experimental energy resolution has been so far much wider than the conceivable intrinsic Higgs width. With age, Higgs marks the electromagnetic vacuum is metastable, but with lifetime longer than the age of the universe. No experimentally confirmed evidence so far has been provided for new additional physics, like, for instance, SUSY. For instance, here is the Atlas detector as it was presented at CERN. Let me show you here how small the size of the man is with respect to this detector. A quiet making Big Bang is example Peter Higgs also at CMS. Now, the future of Higgs at the LHC is very well defined. During the next 20 years, CERN plans to pursue the hadronic production of Higgs-related reactors and the possible existence of SUSY. The existence of additional Higgs particle is assumed to be unlikely within LHC range. Therefore, studies will concentrate in the properties of the already discovered mass. The high luminosity LHC will already be a sort of Higgs factory, be able to perform relatively accurate, typically 10% measurements. There were plenty of opportunity to check the coupling since the 125 GeV model Higgs boson has several substantial branching fractions. And this includes also the big gamma gamma, and which is included in the list. Now, the next problem which is open up is the question of the Higgs beyond the LHC. The Higgs and the W, it's a zero W vectors. Higgs is a scalar with a much stronger coupling than when initiated by muons and electrons. There are two main alternatives that have been discussed wisely. The plus and minus collider, 100 kilometer range, 4 times LHC, the linear collider, eventually up to MTV. And these are the new technology that needs to be developed. But the other alternative is a mu plus mu minus ring, which is a much lower cost, a much shorter lifetime schedule, which may easily fit with the existing cell site, but require the compression of phase space in muons beam with two potential alternatives: an S-channel resonance, a 10 to 26 GeV, and high energy collider, eventually up to 1 TeV. Now, this shows the leading muon situation in the case of the 125 GeV resonance. You can see it's very beautifully represented by the results. The second picture is the continuation of the same process up to 0.5 to 1 TeV, which is also necessary. You can see here the various channels which are included, which include a single and double W productions indicated in this picture here. The mu plus mu minus is preferably chosen rather than mu plus mu minus. Now, that has brought back the alternative to the ESS as a possible future muon collider for Europe. The European spallation solar non-collapsing Lund with 5 megawatt accelerated kinetic energy can be extended to provide intensity repetition rate for the presently discovered collider program. Several other programs high energy mu plus has been described in the US, but all require substantial intensity improvements. However, the CERN has decided different alternatives. CERN was discussed also the possibility of upgrade, but the 210 CERN has decided different alternatives, and the HPL project has been cancelled. Therefore, the only way we have to develop a muon collider in Europe remains the ESS. Now, the ESS is characterized by a number of steps: high energy proton source, P-mu channels, robust ionization cooling, fast recirculating LINAC, and two solutions, 10 to the 32 at the Higgs mass and 10 to the 34 at the sub-TeV range. Now, the required ES proton intensity is directly related to the relative lifetime. Now, the results of the ESS factory proposed for the ESS is showed here. The ESS will produce with peak cooling intensity, which would characterize 10 to the 5 events per year. And without a peak contribution, it will be reduced to 1.4 10 to the events per year, which is a very large number. There are, of course, problems with backgrounds. The most important background indicator here is the question that electrons from mu decay inside the detector could produce also a signal of backgrounds because electrons are unstable. So pair collimation is required, and this is how this is shown in the case of the proposal, but it's of course still an open question because of the problem of eliminating the electrons from ion decays. Now, the first step which we are proposing here is a realization of initial cooling experiment, which is performed with a small, unconventional tiny ring of 20-40 meters circumference in order to achieve a theoretically expected longitude at transverse emittance of osmotically cooled muons. Now, the goal is to prove experimentally the full 3D cooling. Other facilities will be constructed only after success of the initial cooling experiment has been confirmed at a lower cost. And here he shows how the RFU cooling is developed. You can see it's a small ring with only 33 meters circumference, and in fact, which shows the possibility of clarifying the problem of the RF for ionization cooling as described in this paper. Now, the conclusion is that the Higgs production of collider is extremely important and extremely valuable. There are many advantages there: large cross-section, small footprint, no synchrotron radiation, precise measurement of line shape, exclusive measurement of channels. The cost of the facility can be small. In fact, it can be 1/10 of the LAC. And the challenges, of course, are a large number of activities already mentioned, the low-cost demonstration. The 2D, 3D cooling needs to be fully demonstrated, and a significant REQ is required toward the end-to-end design. The big background is coming from constant ion decay. Let me conclude mentioning many other applications of accelerators. The giant research accelerator Large Hadron Collider Geneva, which is 25 kilometers. It's only the tip of the iceberg. An accelerator can shrink a tumor, produce clean energy, spot suspicious cargo, etc., etc. Many of these activities are possible. And besides discovering the secret of the universe, medical industrial working exceeded 3.5 billion per year and growing more than 10% annually. All products, the collective annual value is also enormous, of the order of $500 billion. Let me therefore conclude. The impact of the PP bar on high energy physics. Since its initial construction in high energy physics in 1982, the PP bar collider technology first at CERN and later at Fermilab has dominated the highest energy sector over 27 years, transforming with the help of PP bar the two major existing accelerators into colliders of remarkable luminosities. The cooling technology has been regeneralized and accumulation rate has been greatly increased, mostly with the help of Vandermeer cooling and later with the Butker cooling, both at CERN and Fermilab. On the other hand, the energy spectrum, the very low energy PP bar layer, have permitted also additional very fundamental discoveries. A very equally revolution has been the associated development of instrumentation with a mentioned 4-pi hermetic detector UA1, UA2, with a hadron calorimeter, which was dominated by the contribution of Chopper, and the drift chambers by the Nobel of Charpak in 1992, which have ensured even Swiss watches that even with Swiss watches, a detection capability was possible to comparable to the one with plus and minus. Particle colliders, therefore, have been a forefront of scientific discovery for more than half a century. The accelerator technology has progressed immensely, where the beam energy, luminosity, facility, size, and the cost have grown several orders of magnitude. Essential contribution has expanded many different fields of application. A quick glance shows that since 1930, the equivalent lab energy achieved the accelerator have grown exponentially with time, with increase by a factor of 10 every 7 years. This increase has been always due to new ideas and development or use of new technologies. As we look to the future, One thing is certain: as long as we continue to make use of new technologies and ideas, new particle accelerator will continue to unpack unique and fundamental properties of science and technology. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Hello? Any response from anybody?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Luca.
I cannot hear you.
We have time for questions. Anybody? No question. Okay, thank you again. Thank you. Now we have the last talk of this morning, Professor Giorgio Parisi. The title is Adone, Asymptotic Freedom and QCD.
Well, I'm very happy to be here and to have the possibility of speaking at this Touschek memorial. And let me see. Okay. Well, the plan of my talk will be essentially the following. I will give some describe and somewhat fast the Adone intersecting orange ring that was in Frascati. I will describe the theory, which were the theoretical ideas at the beginning of the 60s, and how the theoretical ideas at the beginning of the 60s had influenced not so much on the Adone construction, but on the construction of the experimental apparatus. And I will take also a different point of view that was emerging just at the end of the construction Adone, that was Partons, and the idea of going back to old-style field theory. And I would like to discuss the crucial role of Adone experiment in with relation of the experimental foundation of quantum chromodynamics. And finally, what I will describe what I emerged was also asymptotic freedom and, of course, quantum confinement. I will not speak the details of the whole physics that was done in Frascati at Ada at Adone, also because Mario Greco tomorrow is going to speak with this on this point, exactly with this title. Now, speaking about myself, I started to be interested in Adone physics in 1970, and I was researching Frascati from 71 to 81. So I was there for most of the physics that was done. I was not there during the period of the construction. And my talk will be essentially based on my personal reminiscences on this period. So, sorry. Okay. So this is essentially the document that was written by Bruno Touschek in 1861, where essentially it was saying that an accelerator whose code name ADA, Anello di Accumulazione, the name was in Italian, and was being constructed, and there was people that were working on that project at the moment that was written, because ADA started at the beginning in January and February of 61. And there was people were also studying the possibility of constructing Adone. Adone is a big ADA. I don't know who gave it the name, but maybe Bruno himself. And that was clear that there was this would be a national enterprise, and Amman was proceeding to doing some plans out of the construction of Adone. Adone was finally constructed, and they started to work in 68 to 69. I vaguely remember that that period in Frascati was really bad because the 68 student movement was contagious also in Frascati, and there was a lot of interaction on the works. But this happened before I was there. Finally, in 79, people started to work on Adone. I mean, the experimental apparatus started to work. And you have on the right, you have a photograph of Adone. And Adone essentially was, Adone essentially had two beams, each energy was 1.5 GeV. Of course, this was a project. At a certain moment in 74, it was realized that one could increase the energy of each beam by 15 MeV, by a few percent, by 3%. And also because this could be done without changing too much everything. Had a ring of 105 meters long, and there were essentially a certain number of straight sections, and for these straight sections there was a possibility of putting the experimental apparatus. Indeed, four experimental apparatus have been constructed. And the other 8 cross sections were at the sensory radio cavity. And of course, this was quite, of course, as you know, this was the first big, well, there was a lab, but the Rossi arrived before and was around 1 GeV point something. And this was much higher energy because it arrived up to 3 GeV. And discussing with people that were involved in the construction of Adone, they told me that during the construction, Bruno and others had to take some irreversible decision without not much hints. And after some time, they realized that later on that all these kind of decisions were right, and otherwise, if they had done a wrong decision, this would be a disaster for Adone. Would take much more time to be constructed. Bruno was quite involved in the design, but also on the construction of Adone. However, when I started in 70, I started to be interested in the physics. He was not so much in charge. He was not so interested to the data taken at Adone, although he was certainly following with great details what was happening in Adone and what was going on. And for example, I have a personal recollection that around 71 arrived a preprint where it was claimed that the cross section for the process E plus and minus going into E plus, 2 in minus, was order of one of the mass of the electron and not of the other one of the energy square. And now you see that this will make a very great difference of a factor of a few millions. And if the preprint was correct, that meant that the whole experimental apparatus in Frascati would be just thrown by an incredible flux of E plus and minus. I remember that there was in Nicola's room, I don't remember who was me, or Luciano or Massimo Testa, I don't remember, that where Nicola was discussing about this preprint and how to do a computation. And Bruno arrived and without, he just opened the door and he said, I do not understand how a grown-up man can write such a nonsense. That was clearly his bad judgment of the paper. The paper at the end was interesting because at the end that was prompt also some idea of Nicola how to do fast computation of this kind, estimating all the details of the cross-section. And also I think an effect of this paper was after that Barbiellini discovered a method to do gamma-gamma interaction doing tech on the beam. So Bruno, although he was not going working on the experimental technique, he was following what was happening with the experiment, and he was very fast to arrive to some conclusion. Okay. Okay. Now let me try to describe now, in order also to understand how the apparatus of experimental apparatus were designed, essentially which were the theories in the 60s. Essentially in 62, I guess, Chu proposed what was called the bootstrap. The idea of the bootstrap was that there were no elementary constituents. There was a certain number of relations derived from field theory, like dispersion relation, but the field theory after was thrown away. And the only thing that was important was this type of self-consistency condition that was based on S-matrix approach. So S-matrix means the type of thing that you can measure distance. So distance, I mean cross-section, amplitude, and so on. So nothing about local field. And also true, I think someone else commented that maybe not knowing field theory would be a good opportunity to understand S-matrix theory. And also, if you look to Gell-Mann himself, who proposed quarks, he was not really taking quarks seriously. I remember that a paper that was written with Telektrik, and we said, well, you can get the prediction of, you can use a quark model to do the computation, you get the result, after you throw away the quark model, because most of these things come from SO3 symmetry and so on. The other idea that people were convinced at that moment, the hadrons were very soft. That was shown by the very fast decay of the proton form factor. And also there was an exponential suppression of particle production and large momentum transfer. Therefore, there was no signal of hard component inside the hadrons. And the field theory that was starting from objects that are localized in space and time, therefore the hard object, was somewhat discretized. Now, there was also a different viewpoint. I mean, because everything this type of approach was born from the viewpoint of a strong interaction, but there were not only strong interaction, there were electromagnetism, and there was weak interaction. In electromagnetism, one has local currents. In weak interaction, we have the four fermion interaction, and we have a B minus A theory. Therefore, there was a lot of interest in this type of problems for current algebra, the local commutator, some rules coming from current algebra and so on. And I would say that was mostly European physics, and which evolved later on from the triangular meetings, Paris, Rome, Utrecht, that were the regions where this interest in field theory in Europe was mainly important. Now, if we the effect of this expectation, as far as I remember, was that most of the production should be two-body particle, like per plus per minus. I mean, people were expecting that in a donor, the most important conception were two-body particle or three particles. I mean, the same things that you would, or maybe K plus K minus, I mean, the same things that you would expect at lower energy, around less than 1 GeV, and that will go on also at higher energy. And also, they expected that the cross-section as usual, they should be smaller because there was the same effect that of the proton form factor. At this point was correct. Now, there was more or less the idea that maybe the most interesting physics could be the discovery of new resonances like Rho prime, and also, of course, the search of an object like the heavy electron, which is now called tau in modern language. Now, consequently, the main result of this theoretical expectation that the experimental apparatus had a small fraction of solid angle. Therefore, the typical things that there were two detectors, one this way, one on the opposite way, 180 degrees of distance, of angular distance, in such a way that they were perfect for two-body reaction. And it was clear that in case of two-body interaction, if you miss the third one, you can check more or less if the third one had the mass of the pion and so on, and you can go on. However, what happened that the situation was completely different. And the apparatus were good in the case that you have a planar or coplanar or collinear event, and in general speaking, with something that was whose cross-section you have a good model for producing, because you can take a model of production, integrate it with the Monte Carlo your experimental apparatus, and give a final result. The unexpected reality was that there was a multi-hadron production. I mean, Adorno started to work essentially in 69. The loss energy that it could go for technical reason was of the order 1.4 or 1.5 GeV, I don't remember exactly. Therefore, that was considered a pity because it means that all interesting part of phi was lost. And however, they discovered that the cross-section was quite high. It was quite high, and what is unexpected, that was many body production. For a charged particle, a fixed charge particle, and that was something that was not expected, and also that was a little mess for be sure of the exact value of the cross-section, because if you don't know you can just see 2 or 3 particles when they come inside your apparatus. If you don't know the angular distribution of the object, and you don't know because you don't have a theoretical good model for production of multi-particles, there was a huge systematical uncertainty on the value of the cross-section. But going on, try to look into different type of model. After some time was clear that the ratio of the cross-section is plus and minus into hadrons, and the plus and minus into mu plus mu minus. This ratio is something that should not depend on energy. Well, it could not depend on energy. It was not depending on energy. It was around 2. And there may be 1.52. This was a typical value. Each experiment had a slightly different value with different estimate. And he has not a great dependence on the energy, maybe some bump in some point, but not a very strong dependence on the energy. Okay. Now, in the meanwhile, starting from 68, there have been some other progresses, mainly on the other side of the Atlantic. There was the famous LAC experiment in 68, which they studied the reaction electron-proton, electron plus proton going in electrons plus everything, and in the so-called deep inelastic region, the region where there was a great exchange of momentum between the electron and the protons, the cross-section was stronger, was not very small. The elastic cross-section was very, very strongly depressed, but the elastic cross-section were stronger. And Bjorken and others showed that this type of larger cross-sections were just expected from local commutators. The fact that the current can satisfy some current algebra implied that there was a strong cross-section, so there should be a strong cross-section, and propose also what is called Bjorken scaling. And Feynman tried to systemize this idea, I think in 69, introducing the idea of partons. However, if you look from historical point of view, partons is just a field theory. But field theory, so if you just look to the parton model, that would be a super normalized field theory, because you don't have, you're just taking the leading diagram and you don't have correction from the leading diagram. But however, partons were, field theory were so discrete and not considered interesting that Feynman had to invent a new name and invented the name of partons. And there were some discussions which were the partons. Therefore, the deep inelastic scattering experiment were shown the existence of a hard component in the proton. But it was not clear which was the hard component. Now, in 1970, Nicola Capito, myself, and Massimo Testa derived the formula that in a parton model, the ratio between plus and minus hadrons and the one in muons should be the sum of the squared of the partons, of the partonic quark, partonic partons of spin 1 alpha, plus 1/4 of the bosonic one. At that moment, it was not clear all which were the partons. And indeed, I look back to the paper that I completely forgotten the detail, and we were considering also the possibility that the cross-section was dominated by some partons that belonged to, that were bosons at that moment, at that energy, that belonged to an SU3 cross SU3 representation. In this case, R should be equal to 1. In the conventional quark model, conventional at that time, not nowadays, without a quark model without color, the value of R should be equal to 2/10. Now, the value of R Frascati was around, much higher, was around 2. Now, around 1971, Fritsch and Gell-Mann suggested that the correct theory was given by colored quark interacting with colored gluons that belong to the octet representation. The idea probably was not so new, probably number discussed before and so on. And finally, there was a paper that was written in 72 by Germán Wheeler, Friction, but there was something preceding on the Positrons and conference in in Israel, written by Gelman. And I remember a seminar here of Gelman, maybe it was in 1972, not here, there, I mean, it was in Conversi, not in this room. And where Gelman was presented one of the arguments for QCD, the fact that the value of Frascati was compatible with R equal to 2, which is the prediction, the quark model, because introducing colored octet, sorry, colored triplet, the cross section should be not 2/3, but should be equal to 2. And he was probably went to Frascati where they had the discussion with Frascati when he gave the seminar. He had this as good evidence, as experimental evidence pointing toward the colored quark, I mean, what people call QCD. And later on, there was the thing that came later on was this idea of asymptotic freedom. Asymptotic freedom has a quite complex history. I think that Landau noticed in 1955 that all theory have an effective divergent gap in high energy, what people call the Landau ghost. I mean, if you follow the renormalization group trajectory, in this theory, the charge increase and at a certain moment become infinite. And that was a great problem for people to interpret what's going on in this kind of theories. And however, he made the remark that it was not close or clear for gauge theory where the computation was not done. So for gauge Yang-Mills theory. And around 1966, there was a Russian physicist, which I completely forgotten the name, which did a wonderful, brilliant computation of the beta function, I mean, the sign of the derivative with respect to the energy of the coupling constant in Yang-Mills theory. And he found a perfect way, the correct sign and the correct result. However, the physicist, this was one of the last papers that this guy wrote. So he stopped to do physics. And in 71, the paper that was I found in the library here, because we had the Russian paper translated here, was completely forgotten. In 71, Szymanczyk noticed that the G5 theory for negative value of the coupling constant was asymptotically free. That had some consequence on large momentum behavior and so on, but it was not. And finally, Coleman also did a systematic study. And finally, the thing that happened, that Touschek, the Marseille conference, presented the computation they did from asymptotic, the Yang-Mills theory were asymptotically free, but there were about 10 people present. There was a 5-minute talk that most of the people did not understand what Touschek was saying. In 73, Politz from one side, the Gross-Wilson recomputed the beta function, and found that in this species the QCD was asymptotically theory, and that also there were some estimate of the QCD. And sorry, 1 second, synthetic freedom. QCD. Okay, finally, the thing that gave a very strong impetus to QCD was what called the November Revolution, proposed in 74, that was discovered of J psi particle at LAC, confirmed 1 week later in Frascati, and what was very interesting, because at the end it was clear that the width of the decay of psi into electrons, of psi mu plus mu minus, could be understood by small value of the coupling constant, strong coupling constant, and this Touschek model was able to predict also the transition from psi to the pseudoscalar particle at SC, and also the decay properties of SC. So this was a marvelous success of quantum chromodynamics because there were four independent quantities that were connected one to the other one. And let's say that summarizing, the work of Adorno, and that was this great idea of Bruno Touschek to QCT, gave a very two important contribution. The measurement R, that was taken a strong evidence for colored quark model, and the measure the decay width of the psi that were that were measured also at the Frascati, that were crucial in establishing the correctness of the colored gluon model with a small value of the coupling constant. That was clearly going the direction of the. Okay, thank you so much.
Any question?
Just an historical observation. In 1968, sort of confirming the softness of hadronic amplitude production, was published the four-body Veneziano amplitude, the idea, which boosted very much the idea that S-matrix theory was the right one.
Telling you because I was said that particular model.
You mentioned the seminar of German Conversi.
Yes. It
No,
was not 72.
I have a very clear memory. I was there.
Yes, I was
And the story is that Gelman, we don't know about the law. Gelman said, you know, what model predicts 2/3 for a deviation, but with color it will be 2. And Conversi, who was in the first raised his hand and said, we find 2. So that very pleased, and Gelman was very pleased. I said, okay, maybe you're right.
Okay, sorry for but was 72, I guess.
I think so.
I would start to slide this title 17. You had a slide with the title serendipity, I believe, talking about serendipity. Yes. And there you said that there were irreversible decisions and that the right decision was taken several times without tweaks. I was puzzled. Is this a question just of luck, or is it a question of the physical? Well, can you make an example of these decisions? And
no, I mean,
the right decision was taken on the basis of the physical intuition.
Well, I think that what I was calling serendipity is probably physical intuition, that you don't understand exactly why, but you give the correct answer. This sense. I mean, that was some, I don't know, it was Carlo Bernardini that told me that, or someone else, that at that moment they had no idea which was the two things to do, and they, after they should put something there, should not put, and after they had done the construction that way, and they, fortunately, they said they made it the right choice.
More question? No, from outside? Okay. We have one more question.
First of all, I want to say that It's an honor for me to ask you this question. And I was wondering, since these kind of experiments I used to study also the origin of our universe, what would be a theory that combined the study of complex systems and quantum chromodynamics to study the situation between matter and antimatter?
Well, I think this is a very complex question, and the answer will be not simple, and therefore I think that we do not have time.
I understand. Thank you.
How can I find the name of discussion with the computation and
I think that looking at objective papers in 66. Well, I looked, I read by chance, I noticed somewhere, but I forgot them and I don't find anyone my note. So I think that one should know it. I mean, the page was solid physical procedure. The letters was one of these. I mean, the typical review that we had in the institute. I'm sure more or less was 66 because it was done before a particle. Maybe it was 65 because it was done before a particle of quantitation, the computation, which was an impressive result to be done. If we come to the mind, I will tell you.
Okay, so let's start again, Professor Parisi. After the session, we start at 3 p.m.
Okay. So please take a seat. We are going to start this afternoon session with a talk of Professor Luciano Maiani, which I invite here. Which will talk about the standard theory and theoretical physics in Rome.
Allora, che devo fare io? Faccio qui? Sì, per questo per andare avanti.
E poi devi parlare
Allontanati. So, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to speak about how was the theoretical physics in Rome that I saw at that time, and particularly in the years that the standard theory was being formed. Of course, this is a personal recollection, and more professional historical work could be done on that period, particularly in Italy, but okay. So the story starts with the discovery in the cosmic rays of a new particle called a mesotron, a particle of a mass of about 200 times the mass of the electrons, which was just right to fit with the particle predicted by Yukawa as the mediator of nuclear forces. And for some time, it was believed that that was the case. We call now the mediator of the forces, we call the pion. So for some time, it was thought that mesotron was the pion. But in Rome, in 1946, 3 young guys, Conversi, Pancini, and Piccioni, with a very clever experiment, proved that this particle has no strong interaction. And so it cannot be the Yukawa particle. Many consider this discovery as the birth of modern elementary particle physics. And everybody was worried, where is the pion? Where is the Yukawa particle, which must be there? But Bruno Pontecorvo asked another question. What is the mesotron? And his answer, that we know is correct, is that it's just a heavier electron, what we would call now a second generation electron.
Also, in 1940, 1950, a whole particle zoo emerged from the study of cosmic rays and then also of later of accelerator physics. These new particles, like the mesotron, do not arise from a subdivision of normal matter, so they are not present except for quantum fluctuations. They are not present in the normal matter. And then what is the role of the muon and of the other particles? For the muon, a provisional answer was the discovery of universality of the weak interactions by Puppy. Puppy made a very clever diagram, a triangle, and on the vertex there are the three beta decay processes, that is N goes to P, or muon decay and conversion of electron into a neutrino. And they have all the same strength. That was called universality of the weak interaction, and this line was later followed by several people, Feynman and Gell-Mann, Marshak, Cabibbo, and eventually led to electroweak unification. This idea that weak interaction is universal straightly led to the unification later. But an interesting reaction to the proliferation of particles is done by Fermi. In 1949, he said that the more particles are discovered, the less become plausible that these particles are elementary. They cannot be all elementary particles. And they make a very clever proposal that in fact the pion is not, which meanwhile has been discovered, is not an elementary particle, but is a bound state proton antineutron. And it was very difficult to make any prediction out of that, except for the fact that by using the Dirac equation, you can show that a particle like that has to have negative parity. And that was discovered to be like that just in these years. The pion is a pseudo-scalar particle and not a scalar particle. You see here a cosmic ray event. It's the first event for the decay of k into 3 pi. The reason to show that is to show that many of these particles were discovered in cosmic rays, and also to give you a beautiful photo of young Touschek conversating with Beppo Chialini. And Touschek at the time was in fact interested in cosmic rays as the information about particle physics. A crucial point was the Cosmic Ray Conference in France in 1953. This is recounted in a beautiful article by Mila Baldo-Ceolin, which is quoted here. You see here a picture of the people participating in the next conference in 1957. You see Touschek in first on the left, then Tideli, Pauli, and Marshak in prima fila. What happened in 1953 is that the first data arrived from experiments from accelerators, and it was clear that particle physics would become the physics a particle accelerator. 1956 was a very interesting time. The two-component neutrino theory was done after the discovery of parity violation, and the first ideas about universality of the weak interaction came out. In fact, in a book by Feynman, which is quoted here at the end, there is a very nice sentence, because it makes a story about how to write the Hamiltonian of the weak interaction, and then concludes, well, after 20 years, we came back to the Fermi Lagrangian, except that there is a one factor 1 minus lambda 5. There is only a small matrix put inside the Fermi formula of 1930s. As I said, the first attempt to interpret the elementary particles in terms of elementary constituencies Fermi Young. The meson is neutron, nuclear and antinuclear, but the discovery of strange particles led Sakata in 1956 to introduce another constituent, which is the lambda baryon. So with 3 elements, P, N, and lambda, you can construct all the mesons that had found in between, in particular the strange particle, the strange mesons. And the baryons would be the combination of 2 components and an anti-component. This is the crucial prediction of the Sakata model, and in fact, it's wrong. Nobody discovered a baryon which had a positive strangeness, as would be predicted by this formula. And Sakata model so stayed as a very interesting possibility, but not really correct. However, Fermi-Young had isotopic spin as a symmetry, the symmetry of transformations of 2 by 2 matrices. But Sakata introduced a higher symmetry, which is SU3 symmetry, unitary transformation of the Sakata triplet. And these things passed more or less unnoticed, except for Murray Gell-Mann, who was a student of Fermi and knew very well what Fermi was doing, and he found a solution in the next slide. However, in the 50s and 60s, it was thought that thinking of elementary particles in terms of field theory was no good, only electrodynamics. And the reason is that with very strong interactions, you cannot really say if the pi plus is a p n bar state or n is a p bar pi state. You can cross particles from the one member to the other. If the interactions are strong, there is no reason to prefer one combination or the other. And that idea led to what was called the bootstrap model. That is a way to interpret all particles on the same footing. That was called nuclear democracy. Very nice term. And subject to equations which are not the field theory equations, but rather equations embodying the analyticity of the amplitude and things like that. It was a very beautiful idea, and as you can see, the idea was essentially to find everything out of nothing, and it was given this very nice name, bootstrap, because bootstrap is a string of your boot, and there is a story about the Baron of Munchausen that is able to lift himself by pulling the string of his boots, or taking his cube, and you see here in this video. It's a very famous thing. So it was called bootstrap. Nuclear democracy and bootstrap, however, had no real recognized success in reproducing particle spectrum, but they inspired Gabriele Veneziano for the model, Veneziano model, and we will speak about that Saturday. So they revealed to be useful, not much for elementary particles, but for quantum gravity. The present string theory is based on this idea, and in particular the Veneziano model. We knew the real solution for subnuclear particles, that in fact they are made of more elementary constituents that are not proton and neutron, but are rather the quarks introduced by Gell-Mann in 1962. So nuclear democracy holds. the particles that we see are all on the same footing, the proton and the pion, etc., but they are all composite by more fundamental particles that are the quarks. And an element in this theory, was discussed this morning by Giorgio Parisi, is the fact that the strong interaction becomes weak at short distance. This is called asymptotic freedom, and that is the real discovery of the 1973. Now, a little bit about story. We start from Gatto. Gatto graduated at the Scuola Normale, then he came to Rome as assistant to Ferretti, and then he went to the States in Berkeley. In Berkeley, he was immersed into the group of Luis Alvarez that was discovering particles and particles with the hydrogen, with the bubble chamber, and Gatto absorbed quickly the exciting atmosphere that was in the States. In particular, the idea that particles could be described by a higher symmetry, is the SU3 symmetry that I mentioned a minute ago. Coming back to Italy, in 1960, Gatto became the director of the group Infrascati, theory group Infrascati, and as I said, bring the new ideas in Italy of symmetry and other applications to particle physics. And he found in Frascati Nicola Cabibbo that had graduated with Touschek and what has been recruited in Frascati by Giorgio Salvini. It was an exciting time, as we heard this morning. Frascati was building Ada, and then Adone, and Touschek was much interested in the idea of the plus-minus collision, and Gatto and Cabibbo made a very famous paper analyzing all the possible implications, and this paper is used to be called the Bible by the physicist in Frascati and also elsewhere. Also, Gatto and Cabibbo made a very important paper investigating the properties of the weak interactions of the hadrons, weak and electromagnetic interaction in the framework of the SU3 symmetry that I just mentioned. And this was the paper that, in fact, prepared the Cabibbo paper. Then after that, Cabibbo went to CERN and made the paper on the anchor. And this is the first step towards a real theory of universality of the weak interaction, and therefore the first step towards unification. In Frascati, there were many young, brilliant guys. Da Prato, who became a mathematician later, Mosco also became a mathematician later, and Giovanni De Franceschi. And Guido Altarelli and Bucella were of my age, my class, and graduated with Gatto under always the interaction with Bruno Touschek, and Bucella will say something about that later. And Gallavotti graduated with Touschek also. And the preparation of the Adorno experiments prompted a renewed interest in QED, in quantum electrodynamics. So all these people were very, very introduced to weak interactions and to electrodynamics. In the same years, Touschek was teaching statistical mechanics. He has been my professor, and he gave very interesting lecture. I don't have to repeat what Giancarlo Rossi said this morning. It was very, very exciting to listen to Bruno. My impression was that he spoke to the students not as a professor, but as somebody who has discovered the night before what he's going to tell you. He just discovered it or rediscovered it, reanalyzed it. He was clear, precise, and a very nice Austrian accent, and some curious expression. He would say, that the heat bath to reach thermal equilibrium was a vasca di bagno. That was his expression. It was very, very nice. And to describe electron-positron collision, he said that rather than sending treno against the wall, you had to make a treno contro treno, train against train, and that is the real thing to do. Most important, Touschek kept alive the interest in field theory, which, as I said, at that time was really not very much considered as a useful way to investigate elementary particles. The Fermi theory, neutrino theory, Majorana theory, etc. So, in a way, it was the bridge between the field theory of the Fermi school and the modern field theory that was being developed in those years. In Rome, there was a blooming school about which worked on the special relations around Marcello Cini, and among them Cassandro, Sertorio, Restignoli, and later Violini, Lusignoli, Marco Toller, and Mimo de Maria. The subjects were fundamental quantum physics, the special relations, ledger codes, etc. But the group that had worked in Frascati with Touschek moved to Florence. They were all from Rome. They moved to Florence, following Gatto, who had become professor in Florence. And myself, I joined. And they were called the Gattini, the little cats. were elevated, were taught by the Gatto, the boss. And that was for me very useful. And in 1967, Nicola Gabibbo, after being in the US and CERN, came back to Rome. And at the same time, I went back to Rome from Florence and Giuliano Preparata, and we made a small group that started working together, and it's a collaboration that for me lasted more than 40 years. So this is a nice picture of the people of the time. You see myself, Tony De Gasperis, Sergio Dopliger, and Giovanni De Franceschi. These were the young guys that wanted to learn about particle physics from what was going on. We come now to the late 60s. It was a real turning point. The quarks had introduced the idea that perhaps we could get to a theory of elementary particles. And Cabibbo theory had also given indication of that with the success of the very simple description of the weak interaction, which superseded the Fermi idea. There were several problems. One problem was the statistics of quarks. They seem to not to obey the Fermi statistics as spin 1/2 particles should do. And the Fermi theory was known to be non-renormalizable. So how to make a theory out of that? There were the first ideas of Finger and Glashow about unification and Young-Mills. But Young-Mills theory had an obstacle, which was the fact that if you try to embed the Cabibbo theory in the unified theory of Salam and Weinberg, Glashow, you would find flavor change in neutral currents at a level which was intolerable, given the limits of the present limits, experimental limits. So that was a real problem. But people could think that, after all, form factors of the hadronic form factor would kill all these difficulties. And many people did not believe really in a unified theory. The turning point was the Vienna conference in 1968 on all possible fronts. The idea of duality, which is the evolution of the bootstrap theory, was known to be successful. And in the same fall, Veneziano proposed the Veneziano model, the dual model of pion-pion scattering, great success. And also a curious result was presented by several authors that if you would compute the flavor changing neutral current process with 2W exchange, you would find even with quarks, even irrespectively of hadronic form factors, you would find the divergent result. And the result was divergent with a cutoff, which was estimated to be 3 or 4 GeV, which was an extremely low value of the energy. We knew perfectly well that at 3 GeV, nothing happened. And so, what is the explanation of that? Well, this is what I've been seeing at one loop, one charger vector boson coupled to the capable currents give an ultraviolet divergent result, and if you plug in this result into the experimental limits, you find that the cutoff is 2-3 GeV, and naturally you would expect a cutoff of the order of the 1 over the square root of the Fermi constant, that is 300 GeV. This result, as everybody knows, led us to propose the G mechanism, the introduction of a Chern quark that would cancel the quadratic divergence and would give an estimate of the quark mass. All that is very well known. But it was the first instance in which quark and W loops were taken seriously and led to a prediction that in fact have been verified a few years later. In fact, just to be on the record, in January 1970, we, Shelley, Glashow, John Eliopoulos, and myself had understood everything and were preparing a paper. And my wife told Shelley how excited I was about the work that we were doing. And he said, yes, the paper is going to be on our school books. I was very much impressed by this remark on the school books. And in another occasion, he remarked, he started a seminar by saying, look, with Chern, we have essentially solved particle physics, and then he added, except for CP violation. And we know that CP violation now, we know now that CP violation, in fact, requires another generation of quarks, not 2, but 3 generations, as was proposed by Kobayashi and Maskawa later on. Well, let's skip that. Now back to Roma. In 1970, this is what Giorgio has described this morning. I came back from Harvard in May 1970 and found Nicola, Giorgio Parisi, and Massimo Testa working on the results of Adorne. And as you have heard this morning, the real result was the cross-section for hadron production was very similar to the cross-section for mu plus mu minus production. And this is the formula that Giorgio showed. He gave another terms. This assumed that constituents have been 1/2, but if you have scalar constituents, you have the second term that Giorgio added 1/4 of the sum of the square. Touschek was very excited because this unexpected result indicated what he had believed all the time, that is that the plus and minus collisions were a way to investigate the future of particle physics. This is the situation as we know now. This is the ratio R, hadrons over mu plus mu minus. There is a region of resonances, and then the cross-section flattens, and around Frascati region, R is about 2, and then after that there is the big surprise of the James I, an enormous resonance, very, very narrow, that you see here. And then there is a rise in the factor of R. And the resonance is ligated to the charm quark, signals the production of a pair of charm quark, and the new level tells you that with 3 colors at Frascati and 3 quarks, you have 2, as Giorgio said, but you get 2 plus 1/3 if you add the charm quark. And the connection of JXI with the CC-bar threshold was done first by the Frascati people, Mario Greco and Dominguez, and then it was followed by Glashow, George, etc. And now we know very well that this is the situation. You see, the beauty of the idea of a plus and minus is that it gives you a handle to discover particles that are not in normal matter. They are just in nature, and that is very exciting. Everybody went electroweak after 1972, when not only the idea of charm made possible the unification, but also the theory was proved to be renormalizable by Veltman and Toft. And we, in Rome, with Altarelli and Cabibbo, we made one of the first calculations with the gauge theory, the calculation of the contribution to the anomalous magnetic moment of the muon. We were in competition with many distinguished people, but we succeeded to get it essentially at the same time, and we were really very happy for this calculation, which is now it seems elementary, but at the time was rather complicated. The situation with quarks was clarified by a very wonderful, beautiful paper by Bouchard, Iliopoulos, and Meyer that found that you had to cancel the anomalies of the theory of the Weinberg-Salam theory in order to have it renormalizable. And this can be done only if there is a contribution of the quarks that cancel the contribution of the leptons. And the outshot of that, as John wrote me in a letter at the time, he said, there must be charm, quarks have color, and are fractionally charged. That is to say, and that is that. This is the way that it came out. In 1973, Gross and Wilczek proved that QCD is asymptotically free, and that explains the scaling, the deep inelastic scattering, etc. So this is the standard model as we know. Rome University was a very nice place. We used to live together with children, wives, etc., going together in holidays, and new people, younger people joined in. First were Massimo Testa, Giorgio Parisi, Kittellis, and then later Roberto Petroncio, Guido Martinelli, etc., etc. Guido Altarelli was very efficient in recruiting younger people for us. It was a hard time for Italy. From time to time, the physics department was occupied, but at that time, I worked in Istituto Superiore di Sanità, which is just after on the other side of the road of Viale Regina Elena. And so if the institute was occupied, Nicola and the others went to find me, and we could find a quiet office where we could work together. And in fact, I have many, many papers of the time that have been written in this way. All in all, we lived in a very quiet, intellectually stimulating academic life that I remember with pleasure, that has never come back. We had a strong relation, strong connection to Paris and to Utrecht. Paris, John Iliopoulos, and Utrecht, Martin Tini-Westman. And we started making a periodic meeting, annual meeting, that were called triangular meetings, that took place 1 year in Utrecht, 1 year in Rome, and the other year in Paris. And that was very, very pleasant. And at that time, the relation of our group to Paris, to France, was much stronger than our relation with CERN. And people said that the Roman theorists saw CERN from the airplane flying to Paris. That was it. Then came Altarelli Parisi. It's a wonderful work that explained how to, in a way, I like to quote this very interesting statement by Iliopoulos that he said apropos de ça in the London conference. He said, as it is often the case, whenever someone talks about freedom, it invariably turns out that it really means something else. The same is true here in QCD. In QCD, you speak of asymptotic freedom, but of course it's not a free theory. And Giorgio Parisi was one of the first to imagine that you should compute the deviation from the Feynman picture of free particles, and he succeeded with Altarelli to write this paper, which completed a chain of thought that started from Gribov in Lipatov in 1972, and this paper had an enormous impact. Altarelli Parisi is a way to analyze the data at high energy data that were coming, and Guido was very amused to note that it was the most quoted French theoretical paper of the time, because they brought it in Paris. I'm concluding now. Want to give you just a review of the wonderful papers that were done in these years, in which we explore the consequences of the standard theory and also saw the emergence of a new generation of theories. One is the enhancement of non-leptonic weak interactions, a paper I'm very attached to with Altarelli, parton density in hadrons, and here comes Roberto Petronzio, who graduated, I think, with Nicola, and parton analysis of the heavy quark beta decay spectrum. Here comes Martinelli, and QCD prediction of a phase transition from hadrons to deconfined quarks and gluons. There's a paper that has become very, very famous more recently with the ion-ion collisions. The bound to the Higgs boson and heavy fermion masses by our group, and then an argument which Martinelli is going to tell about lattice QCD calculations, which were started by a paper by Cabibbo, Martinelli, and Petronzio on the weak parameters in lattice QCD, and then the proposal by Nicola and Giorgio Parisi to make a parallel supercomputer dedicated to lattice QCD calculation. That was APE. And then, to conclude, a paper on the prediction, calculation of the pseudoscalar Charman-Mason and Beauty-Mason's coupling constant, which had also an interesting impact on the phenomenology of weak interactions. And here comes Petrarca, Rapuano, and many others. We come now to the discovery of W and Z in 1983, which concluded the heroic phase of the construction of the standard theory. From there on, we have the observation of the Higgs boson and all other confirmations. If that is the final word, we don't know. We think it is not. Future will tell. Field theory has come back after the 50s. Touschek idea of a plus minus colliders has been an essential element for discovery and verification of the standard theory. And the colliders PP bar and PP have completed the picture. Our generation has been indeed very lucky to be present at the right place, in the right time, and it was a great fun. Thank you.
Okay, then we have questions from outside, perhaps.
Sorry?
Ho chiesto se ci sono domande da fuori.
Ah.
Do we have questions inside? So your talk was
Everybody's
crystal clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
At a certain point on, we remember. And now we have a talk by Ugo Amaldi about the physics of lab. Ugo, she say?
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much for this invitation. I will speak about physics at the Large Electron Positron Collider. I want to start with 4 recollections of Bruno. In 1958, there was a postgraduate school in nuclear physics, and he gave the first lesson of the course on theoretical physics. And he entered the room with a cigarette and defined immediately fields a system with an infinite number of degrees of freedom. Then he wrote down a Lagrangian density, a Lagrangian, introduced a symmetry, and in a few steps got an invariant quantity. I was astonished. In fact, I was shocked by the simplicity and the beauty with which he treated the subject, and still I am. 5 years later, I was guiding a small group of Sanità in Frascati for a nuclear physics experiment, and we had a congressino, as it was called at the time, ENFN meeting where we discussed what to do and what was going on. And Bruno asked me, join me for a coffee, and asked me whether I wanted to prepare an experiment for one of the interaction region in Adone. This is my diary of the time, which says, durante coffee break, congressino Frascati, Touschek mi chiede se voglio prendere l'incarico di preparare esperienze in una delle sezioni dritte di Adone. I answer, I will think about it, ci penserò, and coming back home from Frascati to Rome by car, I spoke with Giorgio Mattia, with whom I was working on this experiment in nuclear physics, about this. In fact, we decided to move in this direction, and a few years later, we were preparing an experiment to study the Phi meson at Adone. This peak is around 1000, and we wanted to, in the preparation, to compute radiative corrections, which I did using the method of Paul Kessler, a known at that time French physicist working in the field. So I went once to the department in Bruno's office, and they asked him, I showed it what they'd done, and they asked him, do you know Paul Kessler? Conosci Paul Kessler? Io conosco solo le gemelle Kessler, was his answer, immediate answer. And still is something I remember very vividly. Of course, for those who are not Italians, these gemelle Kessler were well-known dancers and singers on the main TV, Italian TV channel. More sadly, many years later, he was at Hôpital de la Tour, close to CERN in Marennes, and then he went to Austria and died. So that I wrote a few days after an article for Corriere della Sera. The title was, Who was the man of number 137? The story is that I went to see him, as many of us, a few times at the Hospital La Tour, and once I could not find him there, so I had to ask where he was, and they told me there was in another room. I entered the room, and I say, I'm sorry, Bruno, I'm late, but you know, I could not find your room. And he told me, because the real problem is the number of this room. and I was shocked and surprised. I said, what do you mean? This is the problem around which I've hovered throughout my life without success. And then after a pause, he added, also Pauli, before dying, was put in a room number 137. As a homage to Bruno Vision, I project again this picture, which has been shown already by Luciano, and they call Bruno's electromagnetic domain the energy range, which goes from the other energy, here at the left, to 50 GeV, the end of the Tristan energy range, in which we have this very special feature of the cross-section ratio, which is a plateau with peaks due to the different quarks whirling one around the other, with the famous ratio 33.9 above about 12 GeV. The electroweak domain starts above 50 GeV, 60 GeV, and is the one of the Z0 peak, 91.2 GeV, which has been explored by the lab experiment and which I will discuss in the next part of my talk. There were 4 detectors. I'll show them in a moment. Each one collected 4 10⁶ Z events around the peak. This is a picture from L3. And each one about 10,000, 11,000 WW events, because the cross-section is much, much smaller. This is the threshold of the WW cross-section, and even less, of course, of the ZZ, which is 10 times smaller. In this picture, there is also the cross-section for the production, I will discuss this at the end of my talk, of a Higgs boson of mass 115 GeV. As you see, you need to go well above 200 GeV total energy to produce it. Physics at lab. Lab tunnel is 27 kilometers long, and in that tunnel there were 4 detectors, L3, Aleph, Opal, and Delphi, underground, as everybody knows, 100 meters. It was groundbreaking ceremony was held on September 83 with the presidents of France and Switzerland, Director General of CERN at the time, Herwig Schopper, and a very important person, the director of the project, Emilio Picasso, who was always very close to us experimentalists during the years of construction and running. The committee and the Schopper approved 4 detectors, 2 general purpose detectors and 2 specialized detectors. The first, Aleph, in alphabetical order, was a very advanced detector with a superconducting coil of 1.5 Tesla, and then 2 layers of silicon microstrip, and as a speciality, really special detector, a large time projection chamber. This is this part here, which could detect charged particles with very high precision and measure also the energy lost. And then the electromagnetic calorimeter, which was led via chambers. Opal was instead a more conservative detector, and this was a deliberate choice of the committee, because it was just an upgraded version of the detector Jade, which had been running successfully at Petra for many years. It was a room temperature coil, 0.4 Tesla, 2 layers of silicon microstrips, and the central jet chamber identical, similar, let's say, to the one built for Jade. Electromagnetic calorimeter was 588 lead glass strength counters, counters which are very robust, old technology, and in fact, this was working from the beginning very well. The specialized detectors were 1 Delphi, specialized in hadron identification. We had a large coil, larger than Aleph, but 1.2 Tesla, 3 layers of silicon microstrip, I will come back to this, a time projection chamber smaller than the one of Aleph, and two ring imaging check-off counters, which are this yellow part here, which were a very novel detector to measure the radiation inside a liquid and the gas of the charged particles, which making rings, so that we could recognize the type of particles, kaons from protons, from pions. And then an electromagnetic calorimeter of the type high-density projection chambers. L3 was another specialized detector, specialized in particular in a gamma and electron and muon identification and measurement. Room temperature coil, a very large one, 2 layers of silicon microstrip, an accurate time expansion chamber, and then the electromagnetic calorimeter was made of about 11,000 bismuth germanate oxide. This is the BGO calorimeter, very novel detector which could measure electron and muons, electron and photons very accurately, and then a very large muon chamber system to measure accurately the momentum of the muons. The first subject I will talk now about is the quantum thermodynamics, which is described, as we heard today many times, by SU3 group with coupling alpha S, which, as we know very well, runs in the sense that as a function of the scale, energy Q, I call it here, it decreases because of asymptotic freedom. In fact, this is a manifestation of asymptotic freedom. And the running of the strong coupling alpha S, as everybody knows, is essential to this theory. Guido Altarelli wrote a very beautiful article, summary article, just when we started taking data and published in '89, in which he says, at present, it is fair to say that the experimental support for QCD is quite solid and quantitative, was '89. The forthcoming experiments at PP colliders, at LEP, SLC, which is the slack linear collider, which could reach the Z0 peak, and HERA will certainly be very important with a great potential for extending the experimental investigation of the validity of QCD. And so I've taken this graph to guide me in the following slides to show you what has been achieved with our detectors at LEP. QCD and the hadronization problem, models at LEP1. The clean production by Z0 of Q pair makes an ideal laboratory for studying strong interactions. During this cascade, the coupling constant, of course, decreases because the energy scale decreases. And there's been, before LEP and during the LEP work, extended studies, theoretical studies to compute these processes next to leading order calculations, also next to leading logarithmic approximations have been used. When we reach, when the state reaches the level of about 1 GeV, of course, you have a new phenomenon, which is hadronization. These partons combine to form quarks. And this cannot be described by any theory, as you know. And so models of hadronization had to be built. And there are two types of models, so-called string fragmentation or cluster. You see many cluster fragmentation. We had, when we analyzed the data at our disposal, at least 3 packages of this model, JetSet and PITIA and Herbig. And this has been essential to bring the data in comparison and compare them with the theory of QCD. Events roughly appeared already, some of them at least, either as 2 jet events, this at Delphi at the peak of the Z0, 3 jet events, L3 at the peak of the Z0, and then I show you 2 events from Opal and Aleph taken at the maximum energy we reach, about 205 GeV. This is a 3 jet event, and this is a 4 jet event. Of course, these are roughly speaking jets, but the definition of jet is a complicated one. I cannot go into detail. I will say something later on. I present now results of jet measurements in 4 sections. Tau decays, event shapes, 3 jet events, and 4 jet events. As far as tau decays, I show you a tau decay in Aleph. Of course, in this case, the hadrons are produced, but there are few hadrons, so there are small jets easily to recognize. And careful work done by Aleph in particular brought to a measurement of the coupling, strong coupling at the mass of the tau with very accurate value of 0.34 plus or minus 0.001. Event shapes. There are many ways of measuring the event shape. In fact, I will show you at least a dozen. As an example, a variable is the thrust. You take the moment of all the particles you have seen, you project it on a versor, you take, of course, the absolute value, and you maximize it. So you find the quantity, and this quantity is the thrust. I will show you in a moment other quantities in this. And then 3-jet event, the 4-jet event, I will discuss later. This is a compilation of data from the Delphi collaboration, in which all these variables measuring more or less the Delphi shape, I don't go into detail, were measured, corrected for all what could be corrected for, and one could get from the average value a very accurate value of the coupling constant at the mass of the zero. This is a typical value which has been always the energy scale, which has been taken, of course, naturally by all Delphi and all lab groups. The measurement is about 2% accurate. You may remember that in the picture at the time of the startup, the measurement was at the 10% level. So it was already, this is a factor of 5 better in accuracy. Now go to the fraction events with different number of jets. This is the result obtained, a graph by Opal at the peak of the zero. This is a parameter which is called resolution parameter, y cut, and this is the ratio of the triple fraction, let's say, of jets. What is this parameter? It's a complicated thing, but just to explain briefly, to define a jet, you must put together the particles which belong to the same jet. So what is done is that one takes all pairs of particles, computes a certain quantity, and minimize a certain quantity which is called y. You cut, one then cuts out all the pairs for which y is smaller than y cut are joined together to form a single jet. So it's a parameter which produce artificially jets which can be easily recognized. But of course, if you increase y cut, the number of 2 jets increases and the number of 3 jets increases. Now, the important thing is that the red curve is the expectation, the fitted expectation to the data obtained by Opal with these models, including the organization models. And at the parton level, what counts is the dashed line that you see is very close to the red line. So the correction to pass with all this procedure from the actual measured jets with this algorithm called Durham algorithm to the original, let's say, parton jets implies small corrections, and this is very strong confirmation of QCD in the production level. These are the final results obtained by measuring R3, which is proportional, is the first order process. So it's proportional to alpha S at a certain mass energy. And this is, according to the theory, proportional to the inverse of the logarithm. In fact, if you put the inverse of the alpha S, you are linear in the logarithm of the energy. Instead, the production rate of 4-jet events is a quadratic in the alpha S because it's a higher process order process. And since there is this square, in principle, given an error on R4, the error on alpha S becomes smaller. And this fact is proven by this data from Aleph, beautiful data. This is the R4. This is still the Y cut, as I told you, and this is the fit obtained in this particular region. And the result here you see is even about 1% accuracy, better accuracy than anything else, because of this square appearing in this equation. Putting everything together and organizing the two figures in such a way that you can compare, you see that what has happened during the years of LEP from this figure, which was at the time of Guido's paper, and to this figure, accuracy of about 2%, a bit more than 2%. This is the measured coupling from tau decays, I mean, the average of all the experiments, and these are all the other experiments. This is the very accurate measurement at the peak of Z0. These are the data above in the LEP2 range, and these are Petra data we consider. So now we have a very clear picture and very small errors on what is this on the running of the alpha S, which is one of the main point of QCD. While we were taking data, after 1 year of this data taking, we started in August '89, where towards the September, October '90, we were already finding that the measurements was improving a lot our knowledge about alpha S at the mass of the Z, and at the same time, also the weak couplings were measured with much more accuracy. So that with a friend of mine, Wim de Boer, who was a professor in Karlsruhe and leader of the Karlsruhe group in Delphi, we thought to have a look to also following a paper of Ellis and Al, to have a look to the unification of the force. And so I show you again this graph, which has been shown also by Carlo Rubbia this morning. If you look to this graph above, this is a scale. In this case, the quantity is called mu, and this is the inverse of the coupling. Alpha 3 is alpha S. You see, this is the logarithmic increase that I showed you before, and alpha 1 is the pure electromagnetic, the U1 part of the weak interaction. This is the SU2 part of the weak interaction, the coupling. And for the first time, using this data, one could see that they would not meet in the point. Before LEP, the errors were so large that this region was not clear. And then we found, by the way, also Hermann Fustenau worked with us, was a PhD student in Karlsruhe. And then what we did, we looked at what happens if you suppose that the supersymmetry, minimal supersymmetric model is applying, that is, there are many other particles which are produced. The fact is that the slope is due to the particles which can be produced at any point at energy below that. So the existence of the supersymmetric particle would change the slope. The measurement arrived about 100 GeV here, but here there is a change of slope because of the extra particles which can be produced. Of course, given the situation, one could not make more than taking one single parameter, an effective mass, and we did a fit. That's the originality, I think, of our paper, that we could fit. And we found that to get a unification point, which would be at 10 to the 16 GeV, one would need some effective energy of SUSY particles at 10, between 1,000, so it is 10 to the 3 plus or minus 1, so between 100 and 10,000, very wide range. Still, this paper was very much received as an interesting indication of the supersymmetry for many years. This kind of curves, which have been improved by others and published in many ways, was taken as an indication that supersymmetry is valid, and particles of this type would have been discovered at LHC. I don't tell you, as you know already, that this has not been the case, and so most probably the minimal supersymmetric SUSY model is not valid. Many years later, John Barrow, I presented this data at the Brighton conference in December 90, just after we just finished. And I gave this title, LEP, the Laboratory for Electrostrong Physics 1 year later. In fact, nobody would have been thinking when we started that we could study so well strong interaction, let's say, as well strong interaction as electroweak interaction with this new machine. Many years later, Barrow wrote in Cosmic Imagery, took a couple of pages on this work. This is the original figure of our paper. The one you showed you, I told you, it was one which was done some time later. And he wrote, the simple, suggestive picture of the threefold intersection of the strengths of the electromagnetic, weak and strong forces of nature is a simple symbol of the universe's deep unity in the face of superficial diversity, which is what we mean by beauty. So it's one of the reasons for which I often speak of physics is beautiful and useful. This is one of the beautiful part of the physics. The other one of our physics is the fact that is linked to the initial moment of our universe. Electroweak interaction, which are described by U1 times SU2 with couplings alpha 1 and alpha 2, as I just said a moment ago. I give you an overall view of all the LEP results. Jack Steinberger, at a certain moment, suggested that the four-group would put together the data and to form a single group that we call the LEP, Electroweak Working Group. And this has been a very effective way on using the data of the four experiments, even discussing the systematic errors and certainly reducing the overall uncertainties in our data. And this figure is one of the results of this work. You see there are here Z boson mass and width. Here there is the W boson mass and width. And here there are all the other measurements which have been done, apart of this one which belongs to the SLD, all the other done at CERN, averages on the four experiments, taking at best into account systematic and statistical errors. The most accurate number is the mass of the Z, the precision of 2×10 to the minus 5. But among these quantities, the most precise one is the RB, which is the ratio of beauty quark production, which is about 22%, as you can see there. And this is a very interesting story because nobody would have believed before we started that we could do that. And this is due to new developments in technique that I want to describe to you. Before that, I mentioned that these numbers are, contain, I mean, theoretically, radiative correction, that is correction to the original Bayer numbers due to the virtual presence of particles which were not known or yet known at the time of LEP. In particular, we were focusing on the fact that in this loop there will be a top quark, there will be loops containing Higgs boson, and also here in the decay Z to B bar, this will be mediated by the top particle with a mass which was unknown. And the enormous effort which went by our theoretical friends to clarify and to compute all these corrections allowed that from this data, from this fit, you see, these are the fitted numbers, and these are the measured numbers. This is the best fit. This is the fact how many standard deviations fit differs, the measure that differs from the fitted value. From all these numbers, one could deduce limits, which I will mention at the end of this presentation, from the top mass and the Higgs mass. But Let me first divert a moment on this development, which was fully original of the lab experiments. Microstrip silicon detectors for bit tagging. These are detectors with small strips, very thin strips, tens of microns, which put all around the pipe in many layers, and that makes a difference, and which can measure the presence of a B decay. Suppose that this is the point perpendicular to the beam. You see the beam crossing perpendicular to the figure, and you have a hadron, B hadron coming out in this direction. Then it decays, it gives a track. If you have a very accurate measurement, you can see whether this delta, this quantity, is negative, positive, or negative. If you miss the beam spot in one direction or in the other. I show you here the data of the Delphi collaboration of such a detector. You see this is the ratio between this delta and the sigma, or the error. And these are 4 sigma, this is 6 sigmas. And you see that on the negative side, you see a low tail here. On the positive side, you see a very high tail, which is due to bee production. And with a cut, you can select the bees with a certain efficiency and purity. And so this was a new way, and this was possible only because these microstrip detectors could measure track position to a few micron, maximum 10 micron accuracy. This is the result on the efficiency of this detector. This is a bee efficiency. For instance, if you want an efficiency of 98.5% to detect a bee, then you get the purity, which is 30%. That is, of course, there will be also background events, but the efficiency is very large. And I want to underline that at SLD, our competitors in this field in California, this linear collider, in which the pipe was 3 centimeters, the efficiency was much larger because they had to make a small extrapolation. The Delphi was a bit better because we had 3 layers, and Opal and Aleph have a little lower efficiency. With these techniques, we could measure with incredible accuracy the ratio RB. I mean, as I said, nobody would have believed that this would be possible, and the total result is at 0.3%, and that is part of one of the strong points in this fitting procedure of radiative corrections. Finally, I will show you only one result from LED 2, WW production. This is a curve obtained by L3. This is the ratio to the standard model. You see is 1, but also here you can see, probably not so clearly, but that the elements of the W boson spin density matrix plotted versus the W production angle also agree with the experimental, with the calculation of course, taking into account the detector properties. And this is a very beautiful result. Finally, as far as the lab electroweak working group, I can summarize this by saying that finally this brought to the determination of the top quark and the Higgs masses, the very first indication. At the Morion meeting in '94, the lab average for the mass of the top obtained by radiative correction, putting everything together, was this one, 172 plus or minus 15 plus or minus 20, let's say GV. This is a theoretical error because there are errors in the radiative corrections. A few months later, CDF at Fermilab, as everybody knows, announced the discovery of the production of a real top, not of virtual tops with 12 top decays, and the value of the mass was exactly the same, I mean, just by chance, but the error was only 40% smaller. So LEP using virtual processes and a lot of calculation could do as well as CDF. Of course, then CDF did much better, and our final result at the end of the work was much worse than the present result, but still the final result of LEP is with an error of about 3%. This is the first top quark, and for the Higgs masses, this is a well-known figure. This is the chi-square, that is the related to the probability of the fit, as a function of the Higgs mass. Unfortunately, the Higgs mass appears in the radiative correction under a log, so it's very insensitive, but the curve is this one. On the other side, I will show you in a moment that there was a limit on the Higgs mass, which is of the order of 115 GeV. So combining the limit that we'll discuss in a moment and this figure, we could say that 115 and 295 is the range with 95% confidence level. The mass of the Higgs would have been found. In fact, this was found, as we know, 125 by LHC experiments. Search for the Higgs. Search for the Higgs. The main channel is Higgs going to be B bar. So you see again that also in this case you need a accurate B-tagging system. And the typical jets are 4 jets. B bar makes a jet, Z makes a jet. So, and this has 64% branching ratio. Then a neutrino, the Higgs, the Z goes to neutrino, antineutrino, and so you have 2 jets and missing moment to 18%, and then you have the case in which Z goes either to electron positron or to muon, anti-muon, and this is 9%. But the major channel is the one in which we have 4 jets, and B-tagging is very important to fight the background, as I said. I want just to quote a result of a work which was done many years before, 86, at a workshop we had in Aachen on the future of Lab 200, in which Saulan Wu, summarizing the work of a large working group, said, we conclude that an energy of the center of mass of 200 GeV with 500 inverse picobar integrated luminosity, one can get significant signals of Higgs masses up to about 70 GeV. So this was our expectation, to get to 60, 70 GeV. But of course, one had to go to 200 GeV to have such an energy. And this is a problem because we managed, by doing very careful analysis, to increase the mass limits, not 70 GeV, but let's say 2 E-beam 100 GeV. So at 100 GeV, this would correspond to about a limit of 100 GeV, which is much higher than 70, but this is limited by the radiated energy per turn. As you know, the radiation goes as a square, as the full power of the beam and inversely to the radius. And so this corresponds at LEP at 3 GeV per turn lost. That is 3% of the energy of the electron going around, or a positron, is lost in a ring. And this is the reason for which we had to add, the machine had to, experts had to add to the room temperature cavities at low field, 280 superconducting niobium sputtered on copper cavities, which could go up to 6 and eventually 7.5 FeV per meter. This corresponds to 500 meters of cavities, which were made like this. This is the cut of the cavity, which was in copper, sputtered with niobium, a technique which has been pioneered and developed by Chris Benvenuti. This is the beam energy that we reached. I mean, this is the installation of the cavities. It started in 95, ended in 99, and we could reach eventually about 105 GeV. There was an upgrade in the cryogenics so that the field could go up to 7.5 megavolt per meter just in the last months of running. And this brought us to a very interesting story, which Luciano Maiani knows very well because he was our director general at the time, and he had to take the difficult decision to stop LEP in spite of the fact that by midsummer, one high mass candidate, Aleph, was found at 114 GeV, and by September 5, 2 more 4-jet candidates were found in Aleph. But the other experiments were seeing very little, and so there was 1 month prolongation, and we had 7% more data at the maximum energy by November 3 when the machine was stopped. This one event of the Aleph type, 4-jet event, as I said, the one which is most probable. We got to 2,500 inverse picobars between 189 and 209, but what is important, 540 inverse picobars above 206, which is exactly what was discussed in the Aachen workshop. These are the 10 events, which have been, these are post-mortem, LEP-mortem analysis. Weight is the ratio between the signal and the background. There are a few which have high rate and others which have small rate. 6 events were seen by Aleph, 1 by L3, 2 by Opal, and 1 by Delphi. And the Aleph events were enough to indicate almost there was A3 sigma probability that this was due to 115 GeV Higgs. And the others on the other side were not seeing this. And Luciano had to decide, and I still remember the days where everybody was testing him, by myself also by night, phone calls to give another year of prolongation, but luckily and wisely, he decided that in 1 year we would not have got enough confirmation, even if this was a true signal, and so the machine was stopped to leave space to the Large Hadron Collider construction. This was a wise decision, and the final analysis is such that the combined results at 115 GeV is in excess of the background-only hypothesis by 1.7 standard deviations. And the lower bound that we could put is 114.4 GeV, as I mentioned before, showing the graph. The legacy, and this is my last transparency, of LEP to the Large Hadron Collider experiments. There is an immaterial legacy, the standard model. LEP has confirmed to the very details the standard model with all the numbers fitting well. So this could be used both theoretically and also by experimenters to simulate the events. And also the hadronization models and Monte Carlo programs, which are needed to describe the cascade of processes which go from the very high energy parton to the actual particles which are seen in the detectors. And the material legacy, beyond the 27-kilometer tunnel, of course, which is also important because from the beginning, this tunnel was thought in as a possible location of a Large Hadron Collider. Microstrip and pixel silicon detectors, that was a really novelty, and all experiments had them in LEP, and these have been taken much improved and different techniques by the 4 Large Hadron Collider experiments. Of course, there is also a very big difference between our experiments and these ones as the rate. We had a very low rate. Here, the very high rate, and this makes the same detectors much more complicated. But the idea of using microstrip and the power to see B meson with microstrip has been proven, has been not imagined before LEP, and has been developed by the LEP detectors. Then there is from L3 the large room temperature magnet, which has been used for ALICE, with enormous magnet is now used by ALICE, and then the way of building large arrays of crystal to measure gamma and electron energies. This was BGO in the case of L3, in the case of CMS, is different crystals, but still the idea, this was coming from L3. Then Aleph and Delphi have developed the time projection drift chamber, which now the same technique has been used by ALICE, and eventually we in Delphi have developed this ring imaging Cherenkov counters, which I told you is just radiation of charged particles in solid or gas means, in which produce photons which form rings and allow the separation of different mass particles. This concludes my talk, and I would like to say that looking back, because of this invitation to what happened so many years ago, was for me a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
very complete talk about lab physics. And now other questions from outside? No. Yes, we have here a question. Ugo, we have a question for you.
Do you see me?
No, we cannot see you yet.
What's happening? But I mean, there is a question?
Yes. Hi, hello, Ugo. It's Adele, it has been a great pleasure to listen to your talk and your very fascinating talk. Thank you very much. I have this question. Up to now, we have no evidence of supersymmetric particles. We have no, LHC has not observed so far. So supporting that beautiful picture, which Barrow defined as a symbol of the deep beauty underlying nature. So my question is, in your view, what is the future for supersymmetric theory, supersymmetric models?
Well, my point is that I still hope that even if the minimal incarnation of this model is not valid, there will be somebody who finds another way of fitting the same principles in a different scheme. And in fact, experts tell me, because I'm no longer an expert in this field, that there are niches of space where one could even find the standard model, the minimal standard model valid. So I'm confident that with high luminosity, Large Hadron Collider, even high energy, if we reach it in the future with higher field magnets, the experiments will find some supersymmetric particle, confirming in some way this picture, which looks me so beautiful. And but there are many people who believe that now is too late, and it's clear that there is no supersymmetry, and then theorists should imagine something else. I'm not of this opinion.
Thank you, Ugo. Other questions? No? Maybe we will see with LHCb and these anomalies that they have, if something's come out, not necessarily.
I don't understand. I don't hear.
Ah, sorry. No, I was, it's Marcella speaking. I hope you remember. I was saying that perhaps news will come from HCB anomalies, not necessarily in the direction of supersymmetry. But
of course.
Something new. Okay, so.
May I add one thing to this point? May I add something to this point, if you mind?
Yeah, please.
Yes, I want to say that I follow with a lot of attention what is produced by LHCb, because, as you know, many people in Delphi have joined this experiment, and also because the rich counter are used, which we, in certain sense, invented, and people in Delphi invented, and then we produced in great quantities. And so I'm very in admiration of the results have been obtained, in particular on these new particles. And so I really hope that you will confirm eventually that there is an anomaly. But of course, you can do something virtually, as we have done at Lab 1, but of course, something different to see it in reality, what is the particle produced.
Thank you. So now we are a little bit late, but there is a coffee break out there. I want to remember that there is an exhibition of posters where you can find here in the corridor. Okay. So please take a seat. We are going to start this last part of the session. And we welcome Gabriele Veneziano, which will be a talk about from hadronic string to quantum gravity and back. So
Yes.
please, Gabriele, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Okay, so well, I would like to start by thanking the organizers and for apologizing for being on Zoom rather than in Rome. Now, I think the idea of the organizers was to have a representative, if you want, of schools other than the Roman one of Italian theoretical physics, such as, say, the School of Torino. And indeed, I would like to dedicate this talk to Sergio Fubini and Miguel Virasoro, who have much influenced my own research and also made crucial contributions to the subject of this talk. Now, let me also mention that there will be more details on string theory in a talk by Paolo Di Vecchia, who was a student of Touschek on Saturday. Now, although I have not enjoyed personally interactions with Bruno Touschek, I can imagine that through Raul Gatto, who was my advisor in Florence, I was also one of the Gattini that Luciano mentioned. So through Raul Gatto, who certainly collaborated with Touschek, maybe he had some kind of second order influence on my own career. In any case, I took a glass of wine before the talk, although it was not Chianti, unfortunately, so we'll see how that will work. So coming back to my laurea with Gatto in 1965, let me start my story from those days. So the strong interactions in the mid-60s. There were lots of data, a big zoo of particles, but there was no decent theory to organize those data. And it looked very hard to duplicate QED's successes, applying it straightforwardly to the hadronic zoo. What would you do? Invent a field for every hadron you discover each week? Impossible. So at those days, an S-matrix approach looked much more promising. And one thing which was on the market was choose bootstrap, which was already mentioned by Luciano, which I will denote as being expensive as compared to another one. So the idea was to add to the general constraints of symmetries, strong interactions, causality, unitarity of the S-matrix, the idea of nuclear democracy, which could be summarized by saying that all hadrons lie on Regge trajectories. When you look at positive M square, and on the other hand, all asymptotics, high energy limits, are fixed by the same trajectories when you look at negative M square. So at that time, we knew that there were this very nice Regge trajectory, amazingly linear and parallel, on which you could put your known resonances. Now, for M square positive, these trajectories interpolate between different states, though they offer some kind of classification scheme other than usual symmetries. And this was the basic idea of Tullio Regge. And on the other hand, in the negative M square region, alpha controls the high energy scattering at momentum transfer of order M. This was a discovery of Gribov, Chu, Mandelstam, also in the early 60s. Now, there was this prominent role of unitarity in Chu's bootstrap idea, and this is a nonlinear constraint. And the question, will this give a unique S-matrix? Now, the S-matrix knew about both uses of Regge theory, the S-channel and the T-channel uses, and the usual philosophy was to represent the S-matrix as a contribution both from S-channel resonances and from T-channel resonances. This again would copy QED, where E plus, E minus, say to E plus, E minus, is given, at least to lowest order, by the coherent sum of two Feynman diagrams, shown here. Now, likewise, we would have expected, say, pi plus, pi minus scattering, elastic scattering, to be described by forming resonances in the S-channel and adding to them Regge poles, Regge trajectories in the T-channel. But then a cheaper bootstrap came up, and this, as far as I am personally concerned, goes back to the summer of 1967, where I was attending a school in Erich as a student. Now, Mary Gell-Mann was giving talks, and he brought news from Caltech. It was news that Dollenhorn and Schmidt had discovered what became known as duality, namely that in pion-nucleon charge exchange, the S and T channel descriptions are really roughly equivalent on average. If you want, they are complementary, or in one word, are dual to each other. In other words, you don't have to add to the diagram in which you produce those states in the S channel, the diagram in which you exchange something in the T channel. They should be equivalent, and adding the two would amount to some double counting of the dynamics. So this is a non-trivial, yet, unlike unitarity, a linear relation, and therefore, I remember Gell-Mann really mentioned, called it a cheaper bootstrap. I remember he was saying, well, it's 1,000 liras for bootstrap or something like this. Now, this duality of Dollenhorn-Schmidt prompted Harari and Rosner to introduce duality diagrams. Here it's shown, say, for the process I mentioned, pi minus p to pi 0 nucleon, because this was a nice way to represent the duality idea. You can squeeze this diagram either in the vertical direction, like here, exposing this intermediate state with say, a delta 0, or you can squeeze it horizontally and evidentiate the exchange of a rho minus. But I recall that quarks were just some mnemonics for tracking quantum numbers. As was mentioned, even Mary Gell-Mann, who invented the word, didn't take them that seriously. Now, the question came up, can we associate a precise mathematical expression to those diagrams, like we do with Feynman diagrams? Now, pi goes to pi omega, a not very experimentally feasible process, had some theoretical advantages, and this was the first reaction that our group considered. It is described pictorially by 3 such duality diagrams. Here are 2 of them. I can guess what the third one is. It depends on in which order you put the external legs, okay? In 68, an educated guess came for this amplitude. It's a sum of 3 terms because there is a crossing symmetry which makes the amplitude symmetric in any exchange of the Mandelstam variables. And it had the form of a beta function. And the important thing, without which the whole thing doesn't work, is that the Regge trajectory, which is this alpha of x, had to be linear, a linear function of its argument. This was, as I said, the process pi goes to pi omega was hard to realize, but it was nicely tested by Odorico in another channel. Omega goes to 3 pi. You know, omega is massive enough to decay into 3 pi. It's the main mode. And you have a Dalitz plot, and in this Dalitz plot, you can see, for instance, what were called at the time Odorico zeros, because whenever the argument of this gamma function in the denominator goes to 0, there is a 0 in the amplitude. It was also successfully extended to pi-pi scattering by Lovelace and Shapiro, getting Adler zeros, agreement with current algebra, and several nice features. Now, it was finally generalized to more than 4 external legs, although not for precisely the particles, the physical particle I was mentioning above. And it led in that way to the so-called dual resonance model. Now, dual resonance model now is known to be representing the scattering of strings, but to go from hints to proof took quite a lot of time, and Paolo will certainly go more in detail about that, but let me just mention the hints. The hints of a string came, one from the linear Regge trajectories, two from this duality and duality diagrams. I will illustrate these two in a moment. And then more technically from some harmonic oscillators, which were needed to describe the dual resonance spectrum. This was work by Fubini, Gordon, and myself, and Nambu. And also from an underlying two-dimensional field theory, finally from the Virasoro operators and the Virasoro algebra. The hints from linear Regge trajectory is simply the fact that having this universal slope alpha prime means that you have some angular momentum per unit mass square, which experimentally is of the order of 1 Fermi per GeV. And the meaning of this new constant was quite mysterious, but if you think it now, its inverse T has dimensions of a string tension, namely of energy per unit length. So this linear Regge trajectory implies the concept of a string tension. The second missed hint, as I mentioned, is the fact that, okay, you could have imagined, perhaps with some fantasy, that you could decorate these duality diagrams with little things which held together the quarks in the hadrons, and then these strings would simply either fuse or break up. And so you could describe, say, the evolution of this process as string recombination and breaking, joining and splitting of strings. Now, the remaining hints, the more technical ones, were not missed, but the connection with strings remained qualitative for some time. Eventually, it was established on solid grounds from two things. One was the precise formulation of the classical relativistic string by Nambu and Goto in 1970, and then its first correct quantization was done in the light cone gauge by Goddard, Goldstone, Rebbe, and Thorne in 72. And again, I refer to Paolo's talk for more details. However, paradoxically, now that this dual resonance model, which I must say, I remember when I was at the beginning at MIT as a postdoc, was very hard to sell. Now it had been raised to the level of a respectable theory. You started with a well-defined Lagrangian action, quantizing it, and everything came out, in a very deductive way. But it became apparent that it was not the right theory for strong interactions. Now, actually, there were good and bad news. The good news were mainly theoretical. Namely, it was possible to extend the original model to fermions through the Neve-Scherk and Ramond work. There was an important step called the GSO, or Liozzi-Scherk-Olive projection, which led to supersymmetry, to a supersymmetric string. And I should mention that supersymmetry, at least in the West, was discovered first, theoretically discovered, I mean, inside the dual resonance model. And this led to fully consistent superstrings in the sense that they had no ghost, no negative norm states, no tachyons either. Unfortunately, you know, the final verdict is always given by the data. There were bad news from an experimental or phenomenological side. First of all, the theory had unwanted massless states. And this, of course, creates problems at large distance. We know the strong interaction are short range. Massless states give long range forces. The other thing was, let me go first to number C, the need for extra dimensions. Quantized strings needed extra dimension of space in order to be consistently quantized. In particular, the superstring had to live in 9 spatial and 1 time dimension. And finally, softness, namely it was already mentioned, which gave problems at short distance. On the other hand, the high energy limit of the ratio R, which has been mentioned over and over today, went to a constant, whereas if hadrons were very soft objects, it would have to fall down with energy. There was the observed Bjorkin scaling in deep elastic scattering, large PT events at the ISR. There were all evidences for point-like structures and point-like interactions inside the hadrons. So around 72, 73, QCD takes over because of the proven ultraviolet freedom, asymptotic freedom. They conjectured, but later proved, see Guido Stock next. There was this conjecture and proven infrared slavery or confinement, which, by the way, leads to string-like excitations of the hadronic states via chromoelectric flux tubes. Now, there was finally, and for me, this was the end of the story of the hadronic string, there was a reinterpretation of the duality diagrams themselves and also the higher topologies in terms of large N expansions in QCD. Remind you that if you take QCD, generalize QCD to an arbitrary number of colors NC, and you take the large NC limit, then duality diagrams take up a precise meaning. They are the sum of planar Feynman bounded by quark propagators and filled with gluons. And very convincing, almost the theorem, in this approximation, resonances have 0 width, like the dual resonance model. The scattering amplitude is meromorphic, has only poles, has Dolan-Horn-Schmidt duality, and even you generate a scale, let's say the famous lambda QCD, whose inverse is related to alpha prime. So even the origin of this string tension or Regge slope comes out of QCD. So with all that, for 10 or more, I switched myself to QCD. So, but this also is why from a bottom-up, the one which led to the hadronics, we landed on a string theory of hadrons, although not the right one, but still. But the latter, the right string of QCD, I want to emphasize, is still. The second part is turning a defeat with a quotation mark. Is it really a victory? This goes back to work in 74 by Scherk and Schwartz, and 84 by Green and Schwartz. The massless particles which gave us problems with a large distance for the strong interactions with spin 1 and 2 are needed for gauge theories and gravity. We know very well. Softness, which was a problem for vis-a-vis of the experiment, on the other hand, cures the long-standing problem of quantum field theory's ultraviolet divergences, making quantum string gravity well-defined, at least perturbatively. And the extra dimensions, if compact, can be used to generate new gauge interactions through stringy version of the Kaluza-Klein idea. So this led to this dream of a theory of everything, which is perhaps was a match to hope for. But in 84, that was the buzzword. The point is that upon a rescaling of the string tension by the orders of magnitude, so string tension by that much, string theory can be reinterpreted. I underline candidate theory of all truly particles. So not of hadrons, but of the quarks themselves, of the gauge bosons, and finally of the graviton itself, which is nothing but the lightest closed string and which has spin 2. Now, and that would be a finite quantum theory of all interactions, including gravity, and I stress finite, so no divergence, it's not renormalizable, it's finite. Symmetries, I want to get to that to elucidate the last developments. Kaluza interesting because it leads to new kinds of symmetries which are known as T dualities or target space dualities, to contrast them with the Dolan-Horn-Schmidt worldsheet duality. One of the most amazing consequences is that large and small compactification radii with respect to this alpha prime scale are equivalent for closed strings. That implies a minimal compactification radius, which is absent in ordinary Kaluza-Klein. Why the extra dimension doesn't shrink to 0? Here, there is a special radius, which is this self-dual radius given by the string parameter, alpha prime. And at that particular value of R, compactification gives non-abelian gauge groups instead of giving the usual group a la Kaluza, SU2, for instance, with the size of the compact dimension playing the role of the Higgs field. Because away from this special value of the radius, the non-abelian symmetry is broken to an abelian subgroup. Now, by the way, a cosmological variant of this T-duality is also at the basis of new so-called big bounce cosmologies, on which I have worked myself. Then there was a so-called deep brain revolution, which goes back to Polchinski in 1904. And this is a very interesting story. You see, T-duality looked only possible for closed strings because, I forgot to say, it comes from the possibility of changing momentum with winding. A closed string can wind around a compact direction, but an open string cannot, because you can always undo the winding. So an open string momentum, but no, where is T-duality for open string? Well, T-duality is deeply rooted in the canonical transformation that relates to X prime, the latter being related to winding. Now, for open strings, such a transformation relates open strings with Neumann boundary conditions, which means free ends, to open string with Dirichlet boundary condition, which means fixed ends. So these strings can carry winding, but no momentum because they cannot move. Okay? They can wind, but they cannot move. And T-duality connects open Neumann and these strings. One said already, it relates closed strings themselves on different radii. So now brains are nothing but the manifolds of space in which the string theory is, on which the ends of these strings are stuck. Now, this brain revolution led to many important results. For instance, it gave the first example of black holes whose Bekenstein-Hawking entropy can be given a statistical mechanics interpretation by actually counting. This is an important work by Strominger and Baffa. And also, apparently unrelated string theories are actually connected to each other through a web of dualities, so that eventually will appear to descend from a common ancestor, a mysterious M theory, which lives in one extra dimension in 11D, with the 11th dimension related to the string coupling. But the most recent, perhaps amazing use of deep brains came in 1997 with the discovery of Dassina. If you consider a stack of parallel and coincident, actually, D3 brains, three-dimensional, three space, that has leads to a UN gauge theory, which lives on the four-dimensional space-time of these brains, the three spatial dimensions of the D3 brains plus time. Now, if you take the large N limit, the Toft limit, then in the ambient 10-dimensional space-time, the brains source for geometry, which you can show approaches asymptotically an anti-de Sitter metric times a sphere, ADS 5 cross S5. Never mind about the little details. And the radius of ADS, which is equal to the radius of S5, are both given in terms of the Toft coupling. And in 1997, Maldacena conjectured an equivalence, which is made more precise by Ed Witten, between a maximally supersymmetric gauge theory in 4 dimensions and this 10-dimensional supergravity theory, which asymptotic cross S5. So a connection between a gravity theory and the gauge theory. Now, interestingly, the large lambda limit of the gauge theory, which means large Toft, gets related to the large radius limit of the gravity theory. That means that some difficult non-perturbative phenomena on the gauge theory can get mapped into an easy small curvature regime on the gravity side. For instance, an interesting application of this has been to derive a lower bound on shear viscosity, eta, in terms of the entropy density. And it was predicted by this connection, and is apparently saturated by the nearly saturated, let's say, Brookhaven or LHC. And there is now, by now, overwhelming evidence for the validity of this conjecture. Finished. Well, Mandasena conjecture applies to other gauge gravity pairs, but still not very realistic ones. But attempts have been made with some success, not full success, to extend the correspondence to less supersymmetric theories, or even to QCD, although just in this large NC limit. So we seem to be back to the problem we mentioned earlier. Can we find out at least a large NC, how to describe the true string lurking behind the hadronic world? Who knows, perhaps a simple gravity problem can shed light hard. That would close a circle. And saying, I project here a picture from 1967 with Sergio Fubini and Miguel Virasoro at the center of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. There are other questions? Yeah, there is a question. Wait to reach.
Yes.
Okay, very much happy to talk to you, Gabriele. I just am a student, so I might say something very much nonsense, but still I want to ask this question, which is, okay, to me it sounds like string theory is still working. So let's suppose that I'm very conservative and skeptical about everything, but still I think there are some things that are shedding some light on
I cannot hear you well.
What about now? Can you hear me?
I hear something, but not very clearly. Can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but please try to speak more clearly. You said string theory?
Well, basically, what I was reading a few days ago was about a paper Roger Penrose had written so many years ago. It was the fact that every solution of Einstein's field equation, classical solution, can be embedded in a Euclidean, pseudo-Euclidean space-time, which is totally flat, just like Minkowski, but with whatever signature that you like, in 10 dimensions, but of course I'm talking locally. Okay, so every general relativistic solution of Einstein's field equation can be locally embedded in a pseudo-Euclidean space, which is of dimension 10. So, on the other hand, I'm sorry. Okay.
On the other hand,
So, because I don't have access to a physicist who does string theory as an original physicist, I just am asking this question for you. On the other hand, I was thinking of Einstein-Rosen bridges that need higher dimensions to be understood. And if you look at the sections of these Einstein-Rosen bridges, they look like a string. So I was thinking that perhaps these 10 dimensions that is needed is not somewhat that you really think of to be some compactified dimension, something like inaccessible. I was thinking perhaps it's a matter of interpretation. I'm not really sure, but I'm just asking you that perhaps this might work out. I don't know. Well, thank you for the presentation.
Look, I think
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's too technical a question for discussion in this place. But I can tell you that the Einstein-Rosen bridge, has been the subject of interest recently, also in connection with the information paradox, Hawking's information paradox in string theory. So now, as I said, I mean, it's too technical a question even to discuss between the two of us, not to speak about the whole audience of this meeting. So I don't know, maybe Paolo on Saturday will get into some more technical things, but this is a thing we can perhaps discuss offline. If you want to send me an email, I will be glad to think about it.
Thank you, Gabriele. Other questions? Okay, if not, we thank again Gabriele.
So I have to. Did I stop here? I'll stop share.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very grateful to the organizer of this meeting because this is the place where I followed the lectures of Bruno Touschek many years ago in a method that was mentioned by Giancarlo Rossi this morning. And after the first lecture, I say how happy I am that I've chosen physics. And the second was, I'm lucky I am that I have a professor like Bruno Touschek. The title of my talk is QCD of supercomputers. I will mostly speak about the QCD, but I will mention also the progresses of supercomputer in the last few years. This is the plan of the talk. I will start with some general introduction, and then I will try to give some hint of what was going on, starting from the simplest quantities, the most complicated quantities that we are studying these days in QCD, and also in connection with the physics that is done in the laboratories. The QCD Lagrangian is extremely simple. There is a term, however, that we very rarely write down, which is the last one, which is one of the great mysteries. This morning, Luciano said that, Lascio said that there was the problem of CP regulation, but we have still a ghost. That is the question of CP valuation in strong interaction, but we don't know the answer. It's a big mystery. It is connected via the axion to the dark matter problem. And we are still looking for the solution. We will not speak more about that, but it's still another question in the standard model. Ugo has shown some figures about the running of strong. It is a little more recent features. There is the contribution of LHC that allowed to extend the behavior of the strong current constant to very, very high energies. And from that, we can immediately see that the theory behaves like almost a free theory of large energies. But the coupling among the fundamental particles becomes stronger and stronger as you go to small energies. So perturbation theory is no more usable in this regime.
So we don't know there, we cannot use perturbation theory to derive some of the properties of the atoms. It's only large energies that we can do that. Unfortunately, the full slide cannot be seen. Now we have a very precise determination of the strong coupling constant with a precision which is around 0.8%. And in this respect, the numerical calculation of QCD have given a contribution to the full average combined that is combined with the experimental measurements. So if you cannot treat atomic physics low energy with perturbation theory, how you deal with that? And the answer to that, the proposal to that was done, was made in 1974 by Kenneth Wilson, who proposed the numerical simulation of the theory by numerical methods. Clearly, since you have to use a computer and the computer is finite, you have to simplify the theory. So what you do, you translate the space-time in a finite mesh of points, of discretized points, and clearly you recover the real world by sending the number of points to infinity. Obviously, no one can send really the number of points to infinity, but we are physicists, so you make 10, 100, 1,000, then you extrapolate the infinite number of points. That requires certainly computer power, and at the time when Wilson proposed that, certainly we didn't have the power to solve the theory this way. Essentially, in order to do that, you have to put the theory on a lattice, and you can extract all the possible information about the physics by studying the correlation functions of the fields that you need. That in our case are fields made by quarks and gluons. To do that, you need an important scientific technique. I cannot enter obviously the technical detail, but that means that you cannot work in the Minkowski space. You have to work in the Euclidean space-time, and that puts some limitation on what we can do today. Okay, thank you. Okay. You did something that I cannot change the slide anymore. The slide is blocked. The translation uses that. Okay. Okay, so I will tell you just to give a simple example, saying you compute the green function of some field, and in the Euclidean it goes like an exponential, a sum of exponential that corresponds to the energy of the intermediate state that can propagate. So, for example, if you look to large distances, all the states disappear but the lightest one. And so from that you can extract the mass of the particle and eventually also the matrix element of the operator that you are using. So for example, I give there an example. If you use the axial current, from that you can extract the mass of the pion, or any sort of scalar method you like, and the decay constant of this particle. From more complicated green function, you can extract the four factors. For example, if you use a triple function, and so on and so on. Obviously, when you discretize, you have two kinds of problems. Either the lattice space, the distance between the points, is too large, and then obviously the wave functions are deformed, but also the energy of the states are deformed. So you must have a very thin discretization. However, if you reduce the lattice space, the risk is that since the number of points is fixed, you have the continuum physics of a problem in a box which is smaller than the size of the problem. So the physics will be a problem in a finite volume. So you must increase the number of points of your mesh if you want really to reconstruct the real physics. And this is an example. I couldn't go backward to the 80s when all this activity was really started, because the data would be out of scale. In fact, this is the power of the computers as a function of the years in gigaflops, teraflops, petaflops, and now we are approaching the exascale. The exascale are 10 to the 18 floating point operation per second. So I can tell you that the first calculation I did was of the Cray 1, and was called the 1 because 1 gigaflop. So a factor of 10 to the 9 less of the power that we have today. That explains to you why this field has so extraordinary progress. And I want just to show this is amusing, because he says that it's very small, I cannot be read, that the lattice specific became a video game, because the extraordinary progress that has been done thanks to the GPUs, which are the computer units that were installed first in the video games. But that it was discovered that they were suitable really to the parallel calculations for lattice specific. That here I have some pictures that are not distracting, but we are at the border of the exascale. In other words, maybe not the performances of real program are exascale, but we are very close to that, and probably we arrive at in the near years. Why this is important? It's important because it's only if you have large volumes and thin lattices that you can approach the physical point. For years, when I was giving a seminar for many people, the people say, but you're using the quotient approximation. There was an approximation needed for the computer powers of the time. Now this problem is completely overcome. We made a simulation with the real number of quarks, even that the charge quark is there, everyone is there, and at a physical point where the pion is almost massless, which means large physical volumes, because the box size is important if you have light particles. So now we are we are at the physical point. Not really for the heavy quarks, in the sense that still the bottom quark is too heavy, and we must make some extrapolation to arrive to include, to study the physics of the field. Because there are some discretization errors that, however, we believe are now slightly under control. So if you are there, you can compare the predictions with the experiments. Here is, I'll say, a historical slide that shows the agreement between the calculation of lattice CT and experimental masses. The masses are the easiest quantity to compute, but to compute the really experiments at the level required is not an easy task. And that was done first by this collaboration called the BMW collaboration. Here is to show that, because if you look to any particles, only small differences are important. So here, what is plotted is the fine differences between the different particle masses, and also this is in agreement. And here, for heavy mesons, the agreement is quite spectacular. This is a story of really the last few years. If you want really to reproduce the spectrum, you have to control small isospin breaking effect, which are the small difference between the up and down quark and the electromagnetic corrections, which are very, very tiny. I will return that later on for the matrix element, but we are now controlling also this part. Look, this is fundamental. If not for this effect, for example, imagine a world where the neutron is lighter than the proton. You couldn't have the atom of hydrogen. Just to give an example of how very smallish difference can change completely the physical features. Now here, just for particle physics, I just shown all the quantities that are presently computed in lattice QCD. Decay constant, electromagnetic force factor, semi-electronic force factor for semi-electronic decays, the force factors that, the matrix element that decides the mixing between neutral neutrons, and more recently also decay of chaos. In fact, I just say now, maybe a little bit, we can compute K to 2 pions, but for example, we cannot compute B to 2 pions. And the origin of that is the fact that we have to live with the Euclidean space-time. And there is a limitation for multi-particle state, finite states that must be below the elastic threshold. This is an unsolved at the moment problem. Lattice QCD is not limited to particle physics. In fact, the people have studied surface dynamics, quantum gravity, and so on, with more or less success. In the rest of the talk, I will limit myself to discuss some aspect of flavor physics and CP violation that received a great help. These are essentially weak interactions from lattice QCD, from the study of strong interactions. And this is a very important sector of particle physics because, as was mentioned even before, you can make discoveries either producing new particles, but then you need an energy, an accelerator with an energy equal to the mass of the new particle, or you can show deviation from what you see in the standard model because some effect appears in the virtual, in the quantum effect of a heavy particle. And sometimes this can be more effective. For example, you could exclude the existence of a double boson coupled to right-handed particles up to 10 TeV simply by looking K-K mixing, because the effect is it would be very large. This is the Kapibo-Kobayashi-Maskawa matrix, but in a different formulation, which is the Wolfenstein formulation. So the angle is translated into 3 parameters plus a phase. And the parameter, if you want, the most important parameter is the sign of the Kapibo angle, which is a small parameter. The idea is that there is a hierarchy in the matrix, and so you can expand in terms of smaller terms because they correspond to higher powers of the Kapibo angle, which is a small number, it's about 0.2. All the modern analysis in field of physics uses these parameters. And since the matrix is unitary, the product of 2 row or 2 column of this matrix design a triangle in a complex plane. And this is the most studied triangle that you can pull out and correspond to some combinations of the Kapibo-Kobayashi-Maskawa matrix segment that I will show you in a pedagogical slide here. In other words, you measure different physical processes. For example, semi-electronic decays of the big quark or the BB per mixing in both the BT and BS version. You measure the mixing of kaon, K0 bar. You measure the decay of the B meson in J-side asymmetry. Each of these correspond to a certain curve, a certain function in the low eta plane, which are these parameters that correspond to the Km matrix. If the standard model is correct, all these curves must be met in a point. And this point is one of the apex of the unitary triangle. Then there are the errors, so these are not curves, are bands, and you must identify a region where the bands meet. If there is a compatibility, you have discovered new physics. This is the idea. Now, this is a physiological curve. But to do that, you need to compute the physical processes, and you use QCD, electronic, semi-electronic, radiative decays, decay to pi, or mixing. So you have a plethora of processes that you can then study with the lattice QCD in order to reconstruct the band that I was speaking about. Okay. These are the progresses done thanks to, on the one hand, obviously, the experimental progresses that have been incredible in the last 30 years, and on the other hand, the theory that thanks to the progresses in the calculations and in the theoretical approaches have been done. So this must be more or less the first paper I wrote with Luciano Mariani many years ago, using the determination of the decay constant of the B. And the last one, the small figure, is the real scale, the precision that has been reached today. And this is important because no one has seen in physics, apart from the anomalies that were mentioned before. So obviously, if there are new physics effects, they are very tiny. And you have to control the precision of the theoretical calculation now to a level that is below 5%, and in some cases 1%. The experiment became so precise that now we have so many experiments that we can eliminate some theoretical information and predict the value of the matrix element and compare with the lattice calculation. And in some cases, the agreement is spectacular. In some cases, there is some pool, but so far we didn't discover. But I don't know, there was a slide disappeared. Mystery of the computer. This is a PDF, I cannot. Anyways, so one can say, but so we still care about all this activity if everything is in agreement with the standard model. Well, I would say yes, because it is true that if you want, almost everything agrees, but we have still things that are not completely in agreement with what the theory says. But a classical example before was B into tau nu, that at the beginning there was really an incompatibility between the data, the experiments, and the lattice. And this is an example of lattice success, because the experiment refined their analysis, and in fact, the agreement with the standard model is perfect. Let me speak about something that is instead now very fashionable, and are the electron anomalies that have been observed, say, recently, by several experiments, LHCb and Bell, which are, on one hand, connected to the value of DCP, and on the other, with the RD star, which are the ratio between the B into D tau nu and the B into D light electrons, which does not agree with the electron universality. So this is a slide where, first of all, there is this problem, which is a long-standing problem, where there is an exclusive determination of DCP which is done through the decay of the P into a T of a star. And there is the inclusive one, which is much larger. And nobody understood something that is not understood. But even more than that, if you take the ratios of B into D tau or B into D light, the numbers seem to disagree with the theory by about 3 standard deviations. And this has produced, I would say, hundreds of papers with many fantasies of the theories of how to explain this anomaly. Is apparent violation of electron couplings, very weak electron couplings, together with something that cannot be computed on the lattice, which is B into K mu or B into K electron positron. So let me, this shows in a different way the same. We have exclusive and inclusive of the deviation of BCB. In reality, we have also the same problem with BUB. Also, BUB inclusive or exclusive do not agree, but there the error is large, and so, in a sense, the tension is less. Now, this is, has been presented at CKM very recently, and show that if you revise with less biases, theoretical biases, the full analysis, this tension in reality disappear. This is due because essentially the most important things is that first of all there was a combination of simultaneous fit of the data with the theoretical expression that biased the result, where one should on the one hand use the theory and on the other fit the data with the theory, not all together, because otherwise you deform the four factors with the theory. And so here there are 2 slides for CKM that show that the tension is much less than before, and that unfortunately also this possible discovery of new physics is not there. Let me, I don't know how much time I have. 5 minutes. Let me finish with something which is not complicated, but is related with the level of precision reached by lattice QCD. VUB, the Capillo angle, and VUS are connected with the K constant of the baryon, of the kaon, and of the semi-electron decays K into pi. And for that, you need the lattice QCD calculation. And you see that the level of precision of lattice QCD calculation is well below 1%. A result that a few years ago would be impossible. So computer helps, supercomputer helps. Now, at this level, you cannot neglect radiative corrections. But radiative corrections are very complicated because the hadrons are not point-like, so you cannot use electromagnetic perturbation. Now, in the last few years, a lot of progress has been done because, in fact, this was something started here in Rome, and we are now able to compute radiative corrections to several processes, not all of them, but certainly to electronic decays. So this is how things work. You can, on the one hand, extract a VUD from the baryon decay and VUS from the kaon decay, and the violet sign there is instead the extraction of VUD from nuclear beta decays. And then you can combine all this information together. From the ratio, you can extract also the correlation between VUD and VUS. Now, this is a recent calculation of the radiative corrections. Unfortunately, the translation, the missing translation, better English than mine, covers the result. However, to To date, this is the most precise determination of the US comes from a lattice calculation, because also this timing effect have been computed. So time is running, but once that you compute the radial correction, you can compute also real photon emission. This is a comparison of lattice prediction with the Clow experiment, or lattice position with the Clow experiment. But this is an interesting. And just to give a look to the future, you can extend this kind of analysis to heavy meson, and that will open a window also new physics. For example, this is a case where you have B in nucleus photon, because also if the B is neutral, is done by non-neutral particles. And for example, these are very interesting because they compete with contribution from tiny contribution from new physics. So you have to control also electromagnetic effect. And like Flower reduction and all sorts of new physics possibilities. Let me finish with that. Among the things that you can do with radial correction is what I call the Holy Grail. Today, the largest limitation to the precision of the Capito angle comes from the radial correction to the neutron decay. And now several groups started the calculation of these radial decays. We have to wait because before GA, which is the other constant which enters this calculation, was not known with enough precision, but that has been done a few years ago, and this is the present theoretical calculation, lattice theoretical calculation of GA from the lattice. You see that the precision that has been reached is also quite impressive. It's below 1%. I will not have time to speak about the rest. I want only to mention that the lattice calculation tried also to compute the famous epsilon prime over epsilon CP violating parameter. There was a disagreement between the theory and the experiment, the tension, because the error was large. This has been solved by the RBC group. This group has worked for 22 years to make this calculation. It's one of the most complicated calculations because there are large cancellations between different matrix elements. We very naively tried to do that with China many years ago, but the progress was not mature to try that. As I say, they took 20 years to solve this problem. And now the number is within still a very large set and is in agreement with epsilon prime over epsilon. They also were able to reproduce the famous octet enhancement that was a problem that was staying there since the time of Schiller. So this is really a big progress. The only problem is that this calculation has been done only by one group so far, and we need the confirmation of a second calculation. Thank you for your attention.
Questions for Guido?
Yes, thank you very much, Guido, for the beautiful presentation. I have one question. You didn't mention at all the calculation, the lattice calculation on the hadronic contribution to the G-4. This is because this disagrees a little bit with the extrapolation from the experiment, let's say, so the dispersive analysis, and goes in the direction of normalizing. That correct?
Well, there is.
Are we testing standard model or you're already?
No. The real problem, as I see it, is the following. If, well, first of all, there is only one group that claim that they get in agreement with the spec. because they have the claim to have the precision. There are other calculations that are not there, that the value is lower. The real problem is that if they are right, then there is something wrong in the calculation of the coming from the cross-section plus or minus of quadrants. And so you have to explain that. In other words, that remains in any case a novel problem. In other words, that reflect, then you have to explain to me why all the experiments are wrong. Because the theory is clean, there is no theoretical ambiguity that you can compute with that. So either there is something that has been lost in the analysis, the radiative correction, again, it could be, but I don't believe that. In fact, one of the problems, for example, for the experimental side, is that in some experiments, the radiative correction have been corrected for, in other not. So the question is, if there is a small difference, how you normalize it, is it possible to respect the correction to be applied? So it's but the real problem, in my opinion, is this one. If these personnel are correct, then how you explain the calculation from the classifiers? This is still a problem. I would wait until more group reduce their, more lattice group reduce their.
Wonderful. So, did I understand correctly that you're telling us that these anomalies are fading away?
Not all of them. The reason that people were excited is that there were two kinds of anomalies. One was these ratios RD and RD star, which comes into a three-level processes, which are the simultaneous decays. Another is the decay of B into K or K star plus either muons or electrons. There, no one is able to do a realistic calculation. And there is an estimate, but are minuscule. However, you don't need to be able to read the right to understand that if you make the ratio B into K muons divided B into K electrons, you expect 1. So if you get 68 or 70.70, there's something that doesn't. However, there is always the problem of are the efficiency controlled by the experiment? They claim yes, and certainly the theorists cannot do the. These were the two kinds of anomalies. The one that, in my opinion, is just a consequence of the way the analysis was done are the B to D decays. That I believe there is, in my opinion, no excitement, and it is compatible with the expectations.
Thank you, Bruno. Other questions? No.
But I can try.
No, because outside that probably here.
Well, this is a question maybe a little bit indirectly related to your talk, but QCD is in some ways like the dark side of the standard model. There are many phenomena of hadronic interactions which are not calculated. And some of them are phenomenologically quite relevant. I could make many examples, but for example, let's say the pion-proton cross-section at 400 TeV of central mass energy, which is relevant to describe the highest energy cosmic rays. The Monte Carlo, which is currently use cross-sections which are different by 50% or so. So there's a large differences in the prediction. At a much lower energy, the calculation of anti-proton production in proton-proton scattering at 100 GeV. This has been discussed when people are searching for dark matter in annihilation but you calculate the background. So the background of for dark matter of antiprotons, and there are uncertainties, and people are having different predictions, and these are influence how you interpret the data. And there are many other situations where you have phenomena of hadronic interactions which are poorly known. I mean, actually, you have in one of your slides you mentioned structure functions. I mean, can you calculate particle distribution functions from first principles and so on? So I would like to ask you if you can comment, and I would like a comment on two aspects. One, do you think that we have, what are the perspectives of being able to calculate this quantity, cross-section, multiplicity distributions, detailed spectra in the future? These are dynamic things. I don't know how lattice QCD can deal with some of these features. And if you think it is, how significant, how important it is, as I said, there are phenomenological motivations for this study. I mean, understanding cosmic rays, searching for dark matter, but there is an intrinsic value in performing these studies and try to have of calculating these quantities and this phenomena with quantum chromodynamics.
So there are two different things that are in your question. In other words, is it possible to compute the scattering pion, proton, and the energies of 1 like that? Because, as I said, we have limitations for states, multi-particle states with the one state. A different question, so that is excluded, at least at the moment, for many reasons. A different problem is the question of deep analysis scattering at very high energies. Because there the limitation is that when you extrapolate the non-structural functions to such energies, the present uncertainty is amplified. So maybe you are referring to that. But this is the situation. As far as the structural functions, so something that you can certainly compute at the moment of the structural function, a few moments. That has been done, not with very high precision, but can be done. There were proposals to compute the structural function from first principle, so not the moments, really the function. However, there are several strong theoretical problems with these approaches. That Giancarlo Rossi is an expert of that. Massimo Testa, he claims that all these approaches are wrong, and they are right. I will not give any confidence to any one of these structural functions that have been produced. So I don't think that will bring a very far away. But there are two different things. One is related to the real structural function at a small scale, where no perturbable physics applies. The other that maybe is, if I understand your question, is what you're referring to is the extrapolation of the present structural functions to very, very large energies, which is more a perturbable model.
Thank you. Another question.
So a very short question. So which would be the first or more interesting thing one would look at if he had a method to do lattice QCD simulation with mean cost space-time rather than being bounded to Euclidean space-time?
For my ignorance, I don't know of any approach of this kind, and the reason is very simple. Imagine that you want to simulate the Ising model 10 by 10 by 10. Do the following: you extract the value of the speed plus 1 minus 1, and then you compute the quantity, and then you average. Okay, so count how many times you have to extract the number, because it's 2 to the 10 to the cube. So this number is beyond any capability in the future. So how we do our calculation? With important sampling. Important sampling is with the weight, which is e to the minus the action, which is possible only in the Euclidean one. In fact, we are not even able to compute well the effect of the chemical potential, because the chemical potential is a complex number that makes Higgs. So at the moment, I don't see, with my ignorance, any way of doing a Minkowski calculation. Sorry, I found back the slide for some reason I checked twice. This is not a pedagogical, it's the real situation today with the value, and you see that the agreement between the, unfortunately, the agreement with standard model is spectacular.
Now, if there are no more questions, we have now a short session of recollection. And I don't know if the time is already. Sì, sì. Okay, so we thank again Guido and diciamo
this is now the time of personal interventions for people that want to something to say of the connection to the future. I have here one of those interventions which come from Franco Buscella. I quoted Franco Buscella in my talk earlier as for his thesis with Ottarelli about photon emission in the plus and minus collision, and this is one of them. So I have two points that are made by Buscella. He says that the attendant attending the brilliant lecture on statistical mechanics of Touschek gave me the knowledge to propose that the boundary conditions for the Altarelli-Parisi equation should be parameterized according to quantum statistical mechanics. This led, in his work, to many successful predictions of the structure function at large X in better agreement than the standard power behavior, as confirmed by studies in progress. The second is during this thesis in collaboration with Altarelli, it was known that they got numerically absolute results, sometimes too large cross-section, sometimes negative cross-section. Touschek immediately understood the origin of our difficulties, Buscella says, allowing us to find the approximation needed to compute the cross-section in agreement with other results. In fact, Touschek pointed out that that was a case where the numerator and the denominator were both very close to zero, and therefore that explained the random results in a numerical calculation. So, 2 times Bruno, a theorist who became an experimentalist, allowed me, Buscella, to make something useful for the experiments.
Thank you, Luciano. Now, I have a request from Pietro Nero. Perhaps he's not.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me also? Wait a minute.
No, maybe.
Now? Can you see me?
No, but we can hear you.
You can hear me.
Someone is trying to.
My computer, the video is on, so I don't know. Okay, in any case, the time is short, so I'm very glad to take part to this important I would say, some symposium for Bruno Touschek, which I admired and loved a lot. I went to him in 1971 to ask for some thesis work. And of course, I had followed these statistical mechanic or mathematical methods of physics lectures, and I was very impressed. So when I went to him, he told me he didn't have any important problem at that moment on elementary particles. So if I would be willing to work on something else, I said, of course, with you, I would work on anything. So he was intrigued by a problem related to general relativity, in particular the discussion of the book of Wolfgang Pauli of general relativity about Mach's principle and all this stuff, which looked to be a little bit philosophical. But then it took a very pragmatic bent, because there was a calculation by Hans Stirling in 1918 that showed that if a spherical shell rotates around you, you put this into G mu nu of Einstein equation, and then you compute, you put this into T mu nu, I mean the source, and you compute the G mu nu, I mean the metric in near the center, and something similar to Coriolis force appears as inertial dragging. However, there were also some problems, and of course, no centrifugal force appeared. So Touschek thought this was something fundamental, but intriguing. So he decided that the right symmetry to study this question was cylindrical, and of course, rotation is cylindrical symmetry, but one should go to second order in the gravitational constant to get the centrifugal force, which is omega squared and not omega. And so we embarked in a big calculation. So the ideas were his ideas. I did a lot of calculation. Finally, this situation produced a G mu nu near the axis, which is precisely the one with the right ratio of centrifugal and Coriolis force. So what this is, and this was a controversy that was around since many years. What's the meaning of this result? Well, you can say, okay, that's what it happens if something rotates around you. On the other hand, in the spirit of Mach, you may say, well, guys, maybe inertia is a dragging effect due to general relativity. But if so, this means that the gravitational mass is a local property, but the inertial mass cannot be a local property. So if you take this interpretation, it means that the gravitational constant cannot be a constant. And so there should be a generalization of general relativity in this direction. Okay, then of course, we were both very excited. So he went to talk to Amaldi and everybody, etc., about all this. I wrote a long paper in Annals of Physics. And the situation, of course, looked interesting, but with a big barrier. I mean, you should generalize general relativity, which for me was not too easy to do alone. In that moment, unfortunately, together with these nice memories and excitement, there was a health situation of Bruno, which was worse and worse. For example, he disappeared for weeks. And so I was just a student who had to finish his thesis. I didn't know what to do. So I started working also in condensed matter with Bassani, and eventually my official thesis was that. But in a way, my paper with Touschek was, I suppose, more important. I did the more ordinary stuff, even though with Franco, I was very glad to work with him. So you see, the activity for me had no future, because Bruno was really in bad health, and it was for me a very big sorrow to see him day by day, you know, getting worse. And so I chose another path in my life, and I went into condensed matter. Nevertheless, Amaldi, and I want also to thank him and to remember a gentleman that he was, Amaldi offered me immediately to be part of the gravitational wave group. But I really wanted to work with Touschek, you see. So this was not the same thing, and somehow the things went in a different direction. Let me tell you that my opinion was, okay, this is a difficult problem, but maybe when I'm in, you cannot work on such a problem, you know, day by day and get grants. It's not easy. So I thought maybe when I'm in pension, you know, I can think of that. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm in pension, but I have to run the Fermi Center and develop this economic complexity story, which goes very well. So I'm very busy, but still, in the memory of Bruno, I opened up a little activity in which I think of these problems, and I think they are challenging and actual. So the problem is, you know, about the pragmatic interpretation of Mach's principle and somehow the equivalence principle, in the sense of inertial dragging. So it's pragmatic, and if you believe this makes sense, because otherwise my calculation would be an accident. So if you believe this is a path that somehow stimulates you to think in a more adventurous way, the idea would be to substitute the gravitational constant with something else, with something more complex, not with the constant. Note that electromagnetism does not possess the analogous of a gravitational constant. You don't have such a thing in Maxwell equation. And in this interpretation of mine, that the inertial dragging and so on, this would be due to the fact that electromagnetism is overall neutral, while the mass distribution has only one sign. Okay, so it is nice, intriguing. And I want to take this occasion to thank Bruno for all the ideas and the excitement he gave me in my youth. And I always remember him with great, great admiration. Thank you, guys, and thank you for organizing this meeting.
Thank you to you for your intervention. So, Anna, if not, I think we can close the session, and tomorrow we'll resume the